Not really? Oh, that's where we are. Okay, we'll start again. Everyone's got their microphones charging. Yep. Welcome everybody to the Planning and Development Committee meeting for the 14th of November 2023. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council social media channels. We'll open the meeting by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Western Waka Waka, Gaibil and Jarawar peoples, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I acknowledge the Mayor, Portfolio Leader Councillor Carl, Councillors, the CEO, General Manager of Planning and Development Group. We have Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Carl are both running late, so they're not apologies, but we do have an apology from Councillor Summerfield, who is unwell today. It's Councillor Carl, thank you. The apology, can I have someone move that it be accepted? The Mayor, seconded by Councillor Farquhar. All those in favour? I have no leave of absences requested and no prescribed conflict of interest and no declarable conflict of interest. Item number 3, councillors, is the Development Statistics Report for September 2023, and Dr. Nicola is going to take us through that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, councillors. In brief, month on month, so here we're going to compare August to September. So there was a decrease in development applications received in September, a decrease in development applications approved in September in comparison to August, an increase in building applications approved month on month. There was a very significant jump in new lots approved. That was at 624 compared to each month for the 25-month period shown in graph 4. In the same period, we've had 56 new dwellings and 39 new units approved, and this has increased the region's housing stock by 95. Year on year, building approval numbers still continue to show that declining trend line, not only over the last 3 months, but over the last, 12 months, but over the last 3 years. And this is consistent with state data as well, which shows a declining trend line across the state. I'm happy to take any questions that the councillors may have.
Councillors, the Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you to Dr. Nicola. Just in regard to the new lots, is there a particular, pardon me, there are particular projects or areas where that's taken place? That's a significant rise.
Yes, so we've got quite a lot of residential development underway. So things like Habitat, I think I can't remember, 2 stages have come on board, and we've got quite a few more coming through as well. And Carney Springs.
Paula, I'll ask you a question. In your report, it says of particular interest is the spike in the number of units approved in September 2023, which is comparable to spikes seen in the 2014-2018 period. Would you attribute this to any of the incentives that we have for medium density?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So back in that 2014-2018 period, there were quite a few incentives underway here at Council. So we would say that perhaps it's attributed to that, but then also we've got a number of very significant social housing developments that are underway, and a lot of those are units. So we're really pleased to see that contribution to social housing in our region.
Mm-hmm. I'll ask you another one too. Where we have the chart where it says lots in assessment and construction pipeline, it's really interesting that there is in the operational works being constructed, there's 955 lot numbers there. Do we have any idea of how long it would be possibly, or is that just kind of market conditions and stuff before we might see those realised?
Thank you, and that's a very good question, and I've reached out to our manager of DIG. So we've actually got quite a few really big developments underway. Most of them will be scheduled to be sealed within the next 6 to 12 months. So hopefully if they reach that target, they'll come on quite quickly.
Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, thanks, Chair. Just a couple, if I could, please, General Manager, and I haven't given you notice about these, and I apologise for that. But one just follows on your comment about the increase in social housing units, and there's one that's reached the paper this week, a large one up at near Clifford Gardens, but that's not coming to council. I just wondering if you could explain to us and the broader public why that isn't coming to us for decision, and any other pertinent remarks you might like to make in relation to that development.
Thank you very much. So part of the work of the state government in terms of addressing the housing crisis, particularly social and affordable housing, has been that they seem to be playing a more active role in terms of ministerial designations. So for that particular development, my understanding is that there is a ministerial designation, so it won't come to council for a decision.
Just could I refer you to page 19 of Broad Books in relation to the temporary incentive policy applications. I've asked you previously to comment on our incentive program or policies that exist. I just point out that at the moment we're keen to see units, duplexes built, and therefore I'm happy to see that last one on that list where there's about a 30% discount in infrastructure charges applying. But the one above that is a 50% discount for a warehouse in Harristown under a different policy. They are pursuant to council policies, but in the light of how things change over years, and also in the light of when those council policies may have been made, probably some time ago, is it appropriate at about this time or in the new council next year that there be a general review of these policies, which do result in very considerable discounts in infrastructure charges on the one hand. On the other hand, we are concerned about the caps on infrastructure charges that the state government imposes with respect to land subdivisions. But we ourselves are giving these substantial discounts, and I wonder whether they are pertinent to the current circumstances in all cases. Clearly the ones for duplexes and units are, but whether the ones for warehouses are is a matter of, I believe, should be examined. If you have any comment in relation to that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think for all of these policies, and you can see that earlier one there, which is policy number 2.32, the one that you're referring to is 2.8, and then that later one for our medium density is 2.84. The policies are reviewed from time to time. I'm not sure when 2.80 was reviewed. I can follow that up. Obviously, it was brought into existence at that time to address a need, so there would have been an argument put to council for that reason. When we do review them, we certainly look at whether they're achieving what they're meant to do. They'll often be time limited, and they'll often be limited in terms of the amount of money for a particular policy, and we've got that again in the medium density. But I'm happy to follow up and take that question today and provide more information.
Dr. Nicola, can we just go back to the issue that Councillor Shine raised about the social housing that's going up at near Clifford Gardens, because there seems to be a few questions in the community. Exactly what does a ministerial designation mean, and does that mean that council doesn't have any say over what the outcome's going to be there?
Thank you, Chair. I might hand that to our new Manager Planning, Carrie Musgrove.
Good morning, councillors. A ministerial designation takes the council out of the picture as far as the approvals go. So we will get an opportunity to comment. All ministerial designations are referred to council for comment, and we can certainly make comments regarding built form, density, car parking, all those sorts of arrangements. However, the state is under no obligation or requirement to take our comments on board, and as I'm sure you're all aware, the housing crisis and the push from the state government for more social and affordable housing is, it's probably fairly likely that the state will approve this. It might be subject to some change, but there's very little role that council has to play in a ministerial designation. And as you're also aware, ministerial designations do not have to pay for infrastructure charges as well.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Dr. Nicola, can I just ask you one question while I've got you here? It's not about your report, but it is about the Planning Institute Awards. Why TRC has not got any applications or submissions this year?
New as I am to this role, I suspect that it's probably a lack of resources. It does take some time to prepare an award. And the other thing is, certainly with the Planning Institute Awards, they're very much skewed towards strategic projects. So, for example, you know, these are the categories for this year's awards: strategic planning project, climate change and resilience, community wellbeing and diversity, planning with country. So all of those things, the plan drafting team is working on various aspects of those, but we're certainly not in a position where we can put any of those forward for an award. The Planning Institute has recognised in recent years how heavily skewed the awards are towards strategic projects, and have recently included a new project called Improving Planning Processes. And I intend to nominate the planning branch next year for an award in that. But I do have on my list of things to do is it's not just the Planning Institute that offers awards. There's Property Council of Australia, there's the UDIA, there's various other things. So I think if we want to measure ourselves against others, we need to be submitting ourselves for awards. And every time we do it, we'll learn something, even if we don't win. So I would like to propose that we do enter some more awards, starting as soon as we can next year.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. Mayor?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just not wanting to prosecute here, but I think it's worth mentioning that Council Mayor South East Queensland have concerns around ministerial delegation or designation for social housing, simply because of that reason around infrastructure charges not going to local government. And Councillor Shine makes a valid point in regard to local governments have that prerogative to introduce incentives to stimulate activity, and we've done that and done it successfully since 2013 with infill development. So it may be an argument and perhaps something to think about when we next have a meeting with the Deputy Premier in regard to perhaps a concerted effort, if councils have incentives already in place for that level of development, for increase in housing stock, then perhaps that's our base, that we should receive at least what we would have offered as an incentive, so that it's fair and reasonable. Because I think the burden of 182 units at whatever the amount that is, $30,000 each or whatever it may be, reduced for 1 or 2 or 3 is a significant amount of money for the ratepayers of our region to forego. As effectively that's what we're doing. So there is an argument that we should press, and perhaps through you, Madam Chair, to GM Nicola, it's something we should turn our minds to as a concerted effort to join Councillor Mayor South East Queensland in.
Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Carl, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Just one for you, Nicola. You mentioned earlier the reduction in development applications last month. Is that cyclical, or is there a particular reason you think in the market for that?
Thank you for the question. So we're seeing that the reduction here is consistent with what we're seeing across the state. There would be a range of factors, including market conditions, costs, borrowing capacity, So all of those things will be affecting those numbers. So it won't be any one thing, but I think what provides at least some level of reassurance for us is that what we're experiencing is not dissimilar to what's being experienced across the state. If it was something that we stood out, then we would certainly need to be looking at what is happening here compared to our similarly placed local government neighbours, and networks.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Nicola Carey, through the Chair, further to Councillor Jeff's comments about infrastructure charges and collection of those, the broader topic on this as well is for lots of public infrastructure, schools, hospitals and the like, there's no infrastructure charges, and the impost on local governments is over whole of life costs over the 5 networks that I can think of in provision of connecting those services, albeit they add value to our regional economy. However, over whole of life costs for maintenance of roads, stormwater, sewerage, water, parks, footpaths, a whole lot, it is a substantial impost. So it's a small ask on the front end for the state to be subject to the same as if it was a private development. You know, I dare say the council mayors are concerned about those equally, and have been for as long as I've been sitting around this table. It's been a question, and do we know where we're up to with the dialogue around the movement on these ministerial delegation or ministerial delegations? There's some suggestion that they'll be looking more closely at whether they actually put things through conventionally, as always has been the case, or do we know where that's up to?
Thank you for the question. Not to my knowledge. What we will do, though, we obviously work very closely with ComSec, particularly with shared views and then shared advocacy. I recognise, across Australia, and we saw those announcements today, or the proposed announcements by the federal government in terms of the splits for shared between states and how much funding the federal government puts into different jurisdictions. So I think that the topic of infrastructure costs is very heated at the moment because of the impact, particularly for local governments, as we're trying to respond to not only a housing crisis, but certainly if Mike was in the room as the GM in charge of infrastructure, just the cost to maintain the roads, particularly here, we've got such a broad such a large, I think we've got thousands of kilometres, extensive, that's what I was looking for, expensive as well, extensive network of roads. We've got very significant infrastructure, including, within water and waste. So just maintaining the infrastructure we have costs council a lot of money, let alone the costs that go towards new infrastructure. So it is quite a topical matter at the moment, and I think it's really important for us to join in the advocacy with ComSec in terms of assistance for local governments.
Councillor Carol Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just following on from Councillor Bill's comments, it's not just the infrastructure, it's what is going to, a development of this size is going to cause to traffic behaviour and traffic congestion in that area. There'll be a lot of cars. This council, unlike the national average, most councils, local governments own about 74% of the roads in their area. We own over 86% of the roads that are in our area. Our local government, Toowoomba Regional Council owns, and we're just, I think it's probably about 5 k's below Western Downs. So we're the 2 largest local road owners in Queensland. And with that, it brings its own problems. And with this ministerial designation, I'm not even sure that they have to converse with us about where, you know, how that traffic's going to behave that comes from this development. So it's not just the infrastructure, it's what it'll do to traffic behaviour, congestion in that area, and all those other things that fall out of that. So I think the state government needs to be very aware of what, and particularly in that area, as we've got schools, 2 schools very close there, a big shopping centre in that area, and a federal national highway that goes through there as well. So there's tremendous potential for traffic to come to a standstill up there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. And certainly when we have the opportunity to respond, we'll liaise with all of our network partners within council so that we can provide a response and comments that adequately address whether it's impacts or benefits or burdens, etc.
Thank you, GM. Can I have someone move that the report of the General Manager Planning and Development Group on the regional development statistics for September 2023 be noted by Council? Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Item number 4 is the new temporary local planning instrument TLPI 01-2024 table of assessment for building works to replace TLPI 01-2021. Now, I'm going to read out the reasons why the attachment is in confidential. So attachment 2 is provided as a confidential attachment. It is recommended that it be considered and treated as confidential as the attachment contains legal advice received by council. While it is not recommended to close the meeting to the public, the sensitive nature of the information contained within the attachment satisfies section 254J 3E, legal advice obtained by the local government or the legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government of Local Government Regulation 2012. Good. So with that, I will get Hayley O'Brien, who is the Acting Manager Economic Development, to take us through it. Thank you, Hayley.
Thank you and good morning. This is a new TLPI, but for all intensive purposes, it is a previous TLPI. As you may be aware, they have a currency of 2 years. This one is coming up due in February 2024, and being cognizant of the current planning scheme still being in draft and going into caretaker mode for both council and the state government, we wanted to bring it back to council to re-establish the TLPI. There is no changes to the content. There is no additional legal advice that's been sought. It is very much all as was. What it does is it ensures that all the required building work proposals do have the appropriate levels of assessment. I understand it was a drafting error in the initial scheme, and so this is a mechanism to essentially bridge that gap until it does form part of the new planning scheme. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Hayley. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Hayley, for your report. So in the reasons for recommendation, it says it's the same as the last one, so happy with that. I won't talk about attachment 2 because it's confidential, but that was legal advice. I can talk about attachment 3, can I think?
If you wanted to talk about it, we can close the meeting.
I don't think it's necessary,
Okay.
Chair, but I just was saying there was some legal advice on whether it was valid or had loopholes in the first place, and then we're putting the same thing out again. So that's in attachment 3. Could you just clarify that with me of the loopholes that were identified by our legal report in the first one, and then we're doing the same thing again?
Thank you for the question, councillor. And I'm not a legal practitioner, so I declare that at the start. I understand it was not so much a loophole, it was a potential interpretation. It could be read a couple of different ways. What the TLPI does is makes it very clear what the intention was, and that ensures that that becomes then a statutory instrument and how it, so the TLPI replaces that section in the current planning scheme.
Thank you. Yeah, I do remember signing off on this in 21, so happy to do it again. So that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor, no further questions. Councillor Carl has moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carol Taylor. Won't read out the recommendation, but all those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, Hayley. I think that's me concluded. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, councillors. Welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for November 2023. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via council social media channels. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gayabal and Jarawar peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Item number 2 on the agenda is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. We do have an apology from the portfolio lead, Councillor Summerfield, who's unwell. Can I have somebody move an apology? Councillor Carl and Councillor McMahon, all of those in favour? That's carried. There's been no declarations that have been moved, but if something arises as we discussed, please just let us know. We move to item number 3 on the agenda. This is the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan, and we're joined this morning by Jake Passier, Natalie Plum and Jared Cavagni, and there are 2 attachments attached to this report, councillors. So it's not proposed that we move into confidential for a general discussion, but if we are going to be discussing those attachments, then we will need to move into a confidential on the basis that the attachments discuss a draft policy position being prepared in consultation with and funded by the Department of Environment and Science, and therefore it is recommended that the attachments be confidential in accordance with section 254J3I, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or a state of Local Government Regulation 2012. So councillors, we'll move into a general discussion about that item number 3. I'll hand over to Natalie, but if you'd like to discuss anything in those attachments, we can move into confidential. Thanks very much, Natalie.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. We are here today to present the draft Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan to Council. The draft plan has been prepared on behalf of the Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors, funded by the Queensland Government and led by Toowoomba Regional Council. All member councils have worked collaboratively to prepare the draft plan, with Councillor Nancy Summerfield representing Toowoomba Regional Council on the steering committee for the project. The draft plan and other regional plans across Queensland are being developed in response to the Queensland Government's Waste Management and Resource Recovery Strategy, released in 2019, and the associated introduction of the waste levy and waste diversion targets provided to local governments. The draft plan aligns with the outcomes being sought by Council's waste management strategy and broader corporate plan objectives. Further, the Queensland Government has indicated that regional plans will be the primary vehicle for local governments to access funding in the waste and resource recovery space moving forward to meet diversion targets and avoid the imposition of the waste levy. Notwithstanding this, local governments who support the plan will have no obligations, financial or other. The plan is a non-statutory roadmap only, identifying opportunities for regional collaboration within the Darling Downs region to improve waste diversion and resource recovery. Toowoomba Regional Council is well positioned in the roadmap to optimise opportunities to minimise ongoing operational costs to council while improving waste and resource recovery, should regional initiatives or infrastructure be delivered in partnership with Toowoomba Regional Council and or other Darling Downs parties. I'll now hand over to Jared Kavanagh, who is the plan is a non-statutory roadmap only, identifying opportunities for regional collaboration within the Darling Downs region to improve waste diversion and resource recovery. Toowoomba Region, we're on a loop. We'll now hand over to Jared, who's the Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors Project Manager, and he's going to take us through the detail in the plan and how it impacts Toowoomba and regional collaboration, and he's delivered this presentation to a number of other member councils too. So over to you, Jared.
Thanks, Natalie, and thanks for the opportunity, Madam Chair and councillors. We've prepared a brief presentation that I'll skip through. Natalie's touched on a few of the points that are in the presentation, so I can address those as we go through. Thanks, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so as Natalie mentioned, the plans, and I must say that I've fortunately been involved in rolling out these plans for 6 regions. So there's Wide Bay, Burnett, Central Queensland, Greater Whitsundays, North Queensland, North West Queensland, and Darling Downs and South West. So the plans primarily address those 3 bullet points you see on the screen to address the diversion targets, and most councils have their own diversion targets in their strategies, but also the state has a raft of diversion targets as well. And for some councils, including in this particular region, impacts of ongoing waste levy that are levied by the state on local governments. In the future, the plans will be, as we're advised by Department of Environment and Science, the primary vehicle for accessing funding as a result of the funds collected through the levy initiative of the state. And there will also be financial and environmental efficiencies and benefits that will be realised as a result of these regional plans. Thanks, Wendy. Natalie mentioned that Toowoomba has kindly been the host council to collaborate with the other 11 councils in developing the plan, and the plan, as it turns out, resulted in 2 plans, a Darling Downs plan and a South West plan. And I can say that being involved in the other regions, this one, for my own personal view, is far better, far more usable than the other plans, which are in some in excess of 100 pages. This one is 20 pages. So it's very user-friendly. The journey so far, all councils were involved in developing the plans, not critiquing the plans, so they were part of the solution. That involved various workshops with participating councils, regular updates to the Council of Mayors. We had a working group established, which was principally at officer level, but we also invited elected reps. And there was a steering group established, which basically was the review entity, I suppose, before we presented to the Council of Mayors, Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors. As I mentioned, the plans that we now see, they better address issues at sub-regional levels, particularly the tyranny of distance when we look at the Darling Downs region or sub-region in its own right, as well as the South West region. It addresses resources or the shortfall in resources and governance issues and user-friendliness of the plans. I can't read that last one. Okay. The working group and the steering group have been presented with the final output of the plans and are happy with the plans. We're now going through a process of circling back to each of the member councils, seeking a recommendation from those councils so that we can then put forward to the Council of Mayors. Once we do that, we're then able to initiate dialogue with the state to seek funding. So this is the purpose of this initiative today, and it's no different to the other 11 initiatives that I'm involved with the other Darling Downs and South West councils. Thanks, Wendy. As an example of some of the input we've had from the working group and steering group, and that includes at elected rep level, you'll see some of the latest inclusions in the plans, and I'll just point out a couple for you. The acknowledgement on inland rail opportunities as well as ordinary rail opportunities that was brought forward by Southern Downs. We needed to stress that the cost estimates in the plan were at P50, confidence level only, and in 2023 dollars. So we didn't want to really get caught by being quarantined by a set figure, an absolute figure. It is an initiative and it's an action, and if it proved to be feasible, the actual cost would need to be qualified by a subsequent business case. There's initiatives brought forward by this council for advocacy for landfill gas initiatives and acknowledgement. We looked at problematic waste, including in some councils, concerns regarding solar panels and wind turbine blades. In some of the Western councils, they sought some content on boutique treatment systems for smaller councils, particularly treating organic and green waste and timber waste. So I won't dwell on those, but it's just an example of the collaboration that we've had with the 11 councils. Thanks, Wendy. As Natalie pointed out, and it's important to know that, I'll go to the second point, councils under no obligation by endorsing the recommendation today to receive the plan. The obligations, and I mean principally financial, will come when subsequent detailed business case and development work is undertaken. So this is a roadmap, and it is the first stage in actually commencing that journey. And as I mentioned earlier, it's the most likely instrument to secure funding from the state. Thanks, Wendy. There's a lot of bullet points here. I imagine this presentation will be made available, but I can go through. This is a summary of what's in the costing table, which I'll refer to in a moment. But generally, the first 5 bullet points on the left, the region, and I mean the Darling Downs sub-region, will have the opportunity to engage a dedicated resource. the southwest sub-region will also have that same opportunity. So there'll be two resources actually that we're seeking funding for up front. So without those resources, the plan is unable to go anywhere. There needs to be that person, that resource to enable some of the actions in the plan. And they'll undertake program management. We'll focus on local employment and capacity building, particularly where there's lack of technical capacity. We'll advocate for transport subsidies, as well as undertake other advocacy roles, and also initiate a regional education strategy. In the recycling space, there's a number of actions there. For Toowoomba in particular, can't really see the screen, mate. Yeah. For Toowoomba in particular, we're looking at upgrading transfer facilities and bulking up facilities. You'll see in the costing slide, there's $28 million that's identified in 2023 dollars for a new material recovery facility. We'll be focusing on local markets, identifying product positioning and improving recycled content. We'll also be looking at recycling infrastructure other than what's in your yellow top bin, other than dealing with what's in your yellow top bin. So that might be improving how you deal with concrete, timber waste, which is a problematic waste regionally, and any other those items that aren't adequately detailed at the moment or addressed at the moment. If you move to the top right-hand quadrant for organics, one of the key items in the plan is to seek funding for a curbside organics collection service. So that could be, Toowoomba already does green waste as an opt-in service. That could change to food and green waste, as a food organics and green waste, what they refer to as a FOGO curbside service. In the bottom quadrant, residual waste, there is an ongoing need to consider future landfill capacity needs, not necessarily for Toowoomba, but it's, I think all councils need to keep abreast of the market or what's going on in the industry per se. I know Toowoomba's got quite a number of years of capacity left. That doesn't mean that any council should not continue to keep up to date with what's going on in that sector. And particularly, I'll go to the fourth bullet point there, there's been a lot of work around energy from waste, and the state tells councils that energy from waste, which is essentially a comprehensive system of thermal treatment of the waste, is the only way that councils will be able to achieve the state diversion targets. And that's right across Queensland, it's actually right across Australia. So whilst the targets are targets, they are aspirational. We certainly need to work towards them, but I think all regions, I know all regions are struggling in being able to meet those targets with that energy from waste initiatives. Thanks, Wendy. I'm happy to take questions on any of those, and this I've just tried to summarise what's in the plans in one slide. Similarly, I won't go through this, but we've had the same suite of initiatives, or similar suite of initiatives for the Southwest region. Thanks, Wendy. Firstly, I will draw you to, this is the 2023 estimates of the costs for the Darling Downs sub-region. I hope you can read that. There's a lot of information in there. There's a couple of items I referred to earlier. If you go to the Darling Downs MRF, which is on the yellow quadrant, top right-hand corner, third row down is 27 million. That's an example, and that's specifically, I think all councils within the region have identified that, yeah, you know, the Darling Downs, aka around Toowoomba, is probably the most sensible location for a material recovery facility. But most importantly, if you look at the bottom line, the bottom total on the last line on the right hand side, we're looking at total funding estimate of $117 million between now and 2030-31, of which $250,000 a year has been identified for this regional resource for the Darling Downs region to drive implementation of actions. There's also money in there specific for Toowoomba in the green quadrant for the organics to assist in the rollout of a curbside FOGO service to augment the existing green waste service that you have. And this is an opportunity for council to actually get money from the state to do that. There's money there for provision of bins and provision of collection, or assisting with provision of collection services. There's also, I'm jumping all around the place, I apologise for that. I'm just trying to pick out what's specific and of particular interest for Toowoomba. There's one there in the second blue column, the line, education strategy, so there's money there to develop that. And there's also specific education strategies for recycling and organics as well. So that's included in the plans.
Jared, I'm just going to stop you there for a moment. We've got a couple of questions. Mayor, it was remiss of me not to acknowledge you at the start of the meeting, so I apologise for that. You had a question in regard to these slides?
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gerald. Just while you're touching on FOGO, it was an announcement by the state government in regard to assisting, and you mentioned it, around the provision of bins in particularly in the southeast and genuine southeast corner. The provision of it was mentioned during that conference by other mayors that a genuine show of support by the state government for that provision of the bins, yet then the cost of actually delivering that, collecting the service, delivering the service, processing the waste, is that also embedded in the costs you've put forward? Is that all included in that?
There, through you, Madam Chair, there is an element of cost or funding rather in what's proposed. However, organics or the FOGO service is particularly attractive to those councils that are impacted by the levy. The idea being that you have the FOGO service, it keeps that organic material out of waste, therefore you pay less levy, and it turns out a better proposition for the ratepayers to be engaged in a FOGO service compared to having an ongoing impost with a waste levy.
So I guess this is where it starts to get a bit confusing to where we sit, where others sit, and then further to the west where they sit, which is the idea of the two plans or two areas is to be commended. The motion itself is fairly vanilla, if you like, to use that term, in regard to, as you say, that there's a roadmap for us to work through, and then the implications of following that roadmap. Costs to council, to the ratepayers, would have to be assessed at that point in time. I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, through my last question at this point is, through the passage of time and noting that the waste levy timeframe is sort of governing the roadmap as well, has there been any indication or conversation with the state in regard to timing of changes to the waste levy, noting that at the local government conference there was certainly a motion put forward by this council to LGAQ around exactly that. So a review of the waste levy, where it sits, so that it's a more transitioned approach to what it perhaps is at the moment. Has there been any conversations with the state in regard to that?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, the state has advised the levy settings will be reviewed in 2025. And that's as much as we can get out of them at this stage.
And through the chair, if I could just add, and that's why it's probably a really important time that we do progress that advocacy around that and identify what impacts this is actually having on our community and our households.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I guess I probably could wait to the end, but it's in relation to the wording of the recommendation. It's a small thing, but it potentially could be, in my view, personal view, a much more considerable thing when we're down the track. By the way, I agree with the concept and where we need to go, as we all generate waste and we need to be responsible as waste generators, each and every individual. But I just wonder, instead of use the word receive, should we say note, as in point 2 it says council note. And when you look at the meaning of receive, one of those interpretations of receive can be subjected to. Given the extent of variables with this, and it's in draft form, and and the recommendation in point 2 says future reports and detailed design, and the variability around what might happen with the levy, what might not, all that sort of stuff. I'm just thinking we're probably better off noting at this stage because there'll be further development.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carl. We've got some time for councillors to mull it over, and we can revisit it. I think we've got a couple more slides to get through, Jared. Yeah, okay. If are there any other questions at this stage? Councillor Shine, did you want to ask yours at this stage? Okay, certainly, thank you. Okay, back to you, Wendy. We might continue on with the presentation. Thanks.
Similarly, councillors, if we just go back one, Wendy, thanks. As an example of what the southwest sub-region ask is, it's around, I can't see, 32.5 million. Thank you, Wendy. Next slide. You might take these on.
No worries. So from here, the plan is, if council supports it, that the draft plan will be presented to the Darling Downs Southwest Council of Mayors on the 8th of December or thereabouts for approval and endorsement by the Council of Mayors. So we're happy to take any more questions.
There's only one more slide. So
there's one more slide?
No. Oh, there is one more? Okay, one more, please, Wendy. Thank you.
This is, council, this is one of my favourite slides, and because I've been involved in the other regions, I'm happy to share from a context point of view how each of the regions sit. So the blue bars are the amount of waste generated that has been reported to be generated within each of the regions. So I've split Darling Downs and Southwest Queensland, you'll see there. So in Darling Downs, it's the second highest amount of waste that is currently generated, only surpassed by Wide Bay Burnett, which is per annum. Currently, this is 2020, 21 waste data. We're looking at for Darling Downs, it's over 400,000 tonnes a year. So the orange bars are is the funding asked in 2023 dollars, estimated to 3031. So you'll see what the Darling Downs sub-region is asking is not dissimilar to other regions. You'll see it's very similar to Far North Queensland, but Far North Queensland estimate is only to 2028-29. So it's not without reason. And you'll see some of the Western councils are also similarly placed in terms of waste arisings as well as the funding ask. Thank you.
Can I ask a question what RAPAD is?
That's Longreach Winton area.
Thank you. Okay, is that the final slide you have? Okay, thanks so much for that, Jared, and thank you, Wendy. I've got several questions. I have Councillor Shine and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jared, for your presentation and the work that you've done in relation to what's a very important aspect of what Council has to be involved with. I just, whether it's yourself or the Acting General Manager or Natalie, I gave notice of a article in the Sunday Mail in relation to what Brisbane is apparently doing in relation to their efforts to reduce landfill by offering a $200 rebate when households install incinerators and waste dehydrators, together with a range of other measures. Just wondering if you have any of you have any comment to make in relation to the effectiveness of, or the likely effectiveness of that program with respect to reducing landfill, which I take it to be the ultimate aim of any scheme of this nature.
Through the chair. So I think the article was very positive. It outlined Brisbane's, or part of Brisbane's, response to dealing with the state government resource recovery strategy. Toowoomba's strategy is outlined in our waste management strategy dated 2021. So at the moment, we're about to embark on a review of that strategy, and I guess in the waste and resource recovery space, technologies are changing and evolving all the time, and obviously as part of that review we'll feed all of the most up-to-date information into that. In terms of that particular article, there were a range of measures that we're proposing. They were introducing some recycling hubs. The Toowoomba community is already really well placed in terms of our level of service around transfer stations where recycling happens. So there's a 20-minute drive to any transfer station within Toowoomba. So in some ways we're really well placed in accordance with our current strategy, but in terms of incinerators and so forth, it's probably best to take a wait and see approach to start with. It's all new, it hasn't been tested, so let's sit back and see how that all unfolds, and we can take it on board as necessary.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that last slide that you had, Jared, showing the amount of waste generated from Darling Downs, what is that? Why particularly are we generating so much? Is it something peculiar to this region, or?
It is, through the chair, it is not peculiar to this region. It is dependent on what is actually reported to the state. A large portion of it is commercial and industrial waste and construction and demolition waste. But it all presents a problem. It's, you know, it's gone to the days where we just blindly put it all in a hole. We need to actually identify the waste that has an inherent value and capitalise on that before we then have to deal with the residuals. So it is. It's not peculiar to this region. It is in large construction and demolition waste is a large portion of that.
Madam Chair, can I just follow up? So if that's, you know, can understand if we're a growing region and all of that, but say compared to other places in SEQ, or have we not got SEQ, or are they doing better repurposing or recycling, or, you know, diversion?
Through the chair, yes, good point. I should have put SEQ, but I'd need another scale. I've compared all of the regions outside of SEQ, I suppose, given that the SEQ regional plan was drafted a number of years ago.
2021.
Yeah.
So just on that, on Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's question, had you mapped SEQ and you said I'd need another scale, So if you had included that, would that blue line for SEQ be significantly higher?
Correct.
And that is also reflective of the growth areas and the demolition and the materials for construction.
Population.
Yep.
So through the chair, also not all of these regions are made equal. We're not comparing apples with apples necessarily. They're made up of a different number of councils with different populations, urban footprints, etc. So which contribute to the amount of waste generated.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks. I also wanted to pick up on this. It's like, at first I was fairly shocked, but the reason southwest and northwest Queensland are so low is because perhaps very few people live there, and perhaps per capita may have been a better indicator of how we're performing per person rather than our overall waste. And you know, the big players, Brisbane Southeast, would be right up there. Regardless, my question is, well, there's a few, but the education program was mentioned as something that we should be continually asking for funding for, and I'm actually surprised that we don't have one when you talk about the basics of what goes in what bin, even in current standards. And I know this goes right back to what we did have and what we used to have and what we have now, but when you talk about schools and council's job in education, and when you drive around your streets on bin day and you see overflowing bins with plastic in the yellow bin, coupled with our large migrant population, many of them that don't speak English, the importance of said education program, I think, yeah, it just amazes me we've got this far without one. So, sans that funding, do we keep going along as we are, or does it all rely on if we're successful moving forward with this?
I couldn't agree more that, sorry, through the chair, I couldn't agree more, Councillor Tim, that we need to concentrate on and continually concentrate on education and awareness within the community in this space. It's definitely supported in our waste strategy and through this Darling Downs plan and through the ComSec plan, which we're also part of, and the state has also been rolling out an education program particularly in the recycling space recently as well. So this plan does outline and provide some opportunities for some funding towards education and awareness, and as we move forward into the implementation stages of this plan, it will be up to the Darling Downs governance structure to determine how strongly we advocate and what we implement under that plan. So, and I guess Toowoomba's involvement in that will be assessed in the future.
Well, one suggestion on that, it was going back 3 years ago now, we brought the motion of some sort of a community environment centre up at Picnic Point that would say this is your bushfire risk, these are the endangered animals, and further, this is how to properly recycle your organics and the bin colours. And moving ahead, we find ourselves with Darling Downs Environment Council has moved in up there. They have set up a sort of a community education centre. I'd love to see the conversation working with them around the education moving forward. Chair, I wanted to ask some questions around MRF. Does that need to go to confidential?
Potentially, but before we move off your point just then, Wendy, would you be able to move back a slide to the funding forward slide? Yeah, thank you. So, Natalie, to Councillor McMahon's question, when's the first opportunity to pursue some of those education funding opportunities?
Yeah, so 2024, I guess, subject to the plan being endorsed at the Council of Mayors meeting and accepted by the Queensland Government. The first opportunities will be in 2024. There's some dollars there for a regional support resource. In the blue you can see, and then there's education and strategy also, which you'll see over a number of years also.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair, just probably to add to that, I think this plan is an important first step to prompting, hopefully, support from a broader region to put forwards a plan for the state to back waste. So I guess as far as Natalie's suggesting 2024 would be the first opportunity, that opportunity is predicated on the state essentially agreeing to support the plan through some funding opportunities and allocation of funding by the state government. If that funding doesn't occur, it's not to say that TRC won't be looking at opportunities and alignment with our colleagues across the region to look at what is, the notion of thinking globally, acting locally in relation to our waste matters. But I guess this, just to reinforce, this is a plan to assist the state in working out how much funding they should assign to this region in relation to supporting waste initiatives.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jake. My reading of this last night was this is a really good plan. Now all we need is $117.2 million in 2023 numbers, and there's no guarantee that any of that's actually coming. But I agree this is the best way forward. I wanted to question Chair about MRFs. I don't know what I can say, and I don't want to kind of say something I shouldn't. So if there are others,
Probably
especially,
we might err on the side of caution with discussion on that, and I propose moving into confidential to having those conversations. Councillor, do you have other questions not about MRF?
No, I don't.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I totally agree about the education, but I have a different view. I think it should be national, state. It should be a whole education piece. When I first went to Europe in 2012, I was in London, and we think they're strange because they have all these bags out on the street, but they've got 4 bins inside their house. That was 2012. Italy, in many ways, is a third world country. And my son, when I first went there in 14 and they've expanded it, they have 5 bins inside their house. So even their small children know what should go into what and everything else. So, and we've lost that battle. We have no idea. We've got adults who've got no idea what should go into different bins. And as Councillor Tim says, in my court I see things, and sometimes I try to move them, but you probably can get into trouble for that. But I think the piece is not just belonging to local government and our council. I think it's national and state. We should be all saying the same message because it is our country and it is the state that's imposing a levy because of the impacts of everybody's waste, and you can see what ours is there. So I think it's just too hard, and we shouldn't have to do it on our own. But we've missed the plot, we've missed the chance, and it's not too late to start now. And I think that probably through you to the Mayor, Council of Mayors should take that forward because I don't think it's just us, because talking to our councillors up at Gladstone at the LGAQ, they have the same issues, and yet they've got smaller populations. So at the end of the day, I think it's a time that we had a national, state and local government joining together to educate our community on waste and different types of waste, where it should and how it should be disposed of. And, that should be a part of every single conversation around our waste strategies.
Any comments? No. Thank you for that, Councillor Taylor. Do councillors have general questions before we go into confidential? I have one, Natalie. So with our waste management strategy currently, and we're talking about what goes into bins, it's been something that's been raised a couple of times previously, but our recycling in parks. And we have, it is the domain of environment and communities, as I understand it, so it's a little bit of a different beast, but we have a hierarchy of parks. And can you just tell us where in our current strategy does that recycling in our parks fit in, and is there is that conducive to our strategy? Is there already provisions for it, and potentially in like the upper order parks to begin with? Let's have a chat about that.
So recycling in general is supported by the waste strategy. Obviously, diversion of waste from landfill is what it's all about, reducing waste levy, reducing environmental impacts. Fundamentally, the decision as to whether to include recycling bins in parks is a consideration, a broader consideration, policy and budgetary for council and parks. From a waste services point of view, we can definitely accommodate collection of those recycling bins and recycling of those through our contractor. We're happy to work with parks on rolling that out. My understanding is that there is a number of parks that do have recycling bins, but not all of them do at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say something there, Councillor Moon? Okay, thanks very much for that, Natalie. Councillor Shine?
Chair, it's a bit timorous about asking this, but you did ask for general questions, and I have given notice to the acting general manager of a question which is not unrelated to the topic at the moment. I can leave you may allow me to ask it, or allow him to answer it, or I'll put it on pathways if you prefer. The question arose from a phone call from a constituent last night, wanting to know, does it cost the council, if so, what cost there is to the council with respect to the water that proceeds beyond Watilla Works, in other words, down Gary Creek. It's accessed by irrigators at no cost. His question was, does it cost the ratepayers any money for that water from the council, from the council's point of view, for that water to go down there? Meaning, I think, in relation to treatment, he pointed out that we do treat to some extent the water that goes to Ackland, I think, and to Millmerran. Do we do the same for the water that goes downstream from Watala? If so, what would the cost be?
Thanks, Councillor Shine. I propose that we pin that one for this conversation about the waste management strategy and this bin sort of conversation, unless one of you is particularly inclined to answer at the moment. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, I think we've exhausted the questions about the that we can about the recovery management plan in open. I therefore propose that we move. Well, Councillor McMahon's temporarily left the room, but there might be other councillors who have questions that they'd like to ask in confidential about those attachments. So do I have someone move and someone second? Councillor Carol Taylor, a second. Councillor McDonald. All those in favour that we move into confidential? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, John. you let us know, Wendy, when we're back and active. Okay, we're back. Thanks for that, Wendy. So, councillors, we're back in open. There is a recommendation before us. It's in two parts. The first is that council resolve to A, receive the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan as detailed in confidential attachment 1. And, are we okay, Wendy? Yep. And B, receive the technical report for the Darling Downs and Southwest Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plans as detailed in confidential attachment 2. And then 2, that council note future reports may be presented for consideration of funding and governance arrangements. Now, Councillor Carl, you had expressed your desire to change the wording of that somewhat. Did you want to just go over that now?
Yeah, just where the word receive is, we change it to note, the council note, the Darling Downs Regional, and they note the technical report.
So,
and whilst it seems a little bit, could be seen as trivial, but given the discussion around the variables on this and how there will be evolution over a period of time, I think noting is a far more appropriate term to use. Looking at some of the meanings of receive in a sense of a verb means be subject to, come in for, suffer, bear, endure. So I just think we should probably go note. We note lots of other items that come before us, and given that point 2 says that we'll be noting further detailed options down the track. Anyway, it's just mine.
okay, thank you. With Jake and Natalie say they have no concerns about any unintended consequences of such a change. So, Councillor Carl, with that change, that council resolved to A, note the Darling Downs, and B, note the technical report. Are you moving that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Carl. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Melissa Taylor. All of those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Now, councillors, it is 20 to 11. We've got several other items. And Councillor Shine, your question that you raised before, for the purposes of just running a tight ship with this agenda, may I ask that you raise that in ordinary bit in the group report next Tuesday? Thank you. Councillors, can we break for 10 minutes and resume at 10 to 11, please? We'll adjourn the meeting. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Taylor, all of those in favour? Thank you, that's carried. That is Councillor Carol Taylor. Thank you, Wendy. We'll be back at 10 to. Thanks. Thanks, Jared. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Jake. Okay, I might just go. We're unpaused? Thank you, Wendy. Thanks. Okay, councillors, we move to the rest of the Water and Waste Committee meeting for November. We have item number 5, number 6 and number 7 to discuss, and it's proposed that they are all discussed in confidential but for different reasons. So for item number 5, this is the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. The proposed reason for closing the meeting is that this report discusses matters relating to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 and its impact on council business, and therefore it's recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3IA matter. The local government is required to keep confidential under the law of or formal agreement with the Commonwealth or a state of the Local Government Regulation 2012. For item number 6, this is the Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline Final Pipeline Corridor. The proposed reason to close the meeting is that this report considers Seqwater's Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline Final Pipeline Corridor, Rev H. Seqwater has requested that the report is treated as confidential, as it is yet to be released to the public, and so as to not impact ongoing landowner negotiations. It is recommended, therefore, that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3I, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or a state of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Excuse me, and finally for item number 7, this is the new energy generation invitation to tender stage 3 evaluation report. The proposed reason for closing the meeting is that this report discusses whether the tenderer should progress to the next stage of the procurement process, and therefore it's recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3G. Negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government of the Local Government Regulation 2012. So 3 items, 3 different reasons for the need to go into confidential. Do I have somebody move that we do accept those? Thank you, Councillor McDonald, Councillor McMahon. All those in favour, we move into confidential. That's carried. And thank you, Jake. Thank you, Bailey. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, John. Okay. Thanks for that, Wendy. So, councillors, we have moved out of confidential. We're in open session and we're at item 5 of the report. This is a confidential report, the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. The recommendation is that the council note the confidential report titled Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. Do I have somebody move that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, a seconder. Councillor McDonald, all of those in favour? That's carried. We move to item 6. This is the Toowoomba Warwick Pipeline Final Pipeline Corridor. The recommendation is in 4 parts, councillors. That Council 1 note Seqwater's preferred Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline Rev H corridor in alignment detailed in attachment 2 to the confidential report titled Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline Final Pipeline Corridor. 2, that Council endorses the use of council-controlled land subject to Council's previous resolutions on this matter, identified in attachment 2 to the confidential report titled Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline Final Pipeline Corridor for the purposes of the pipeline agreement alignment, within Rev H corridor. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate easement arrangements and relevant interface deeds agreements as required on the council-controlled land in accordance with current council policy. And lastly, 4, that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to execute easement agreements and relevant interface deeds agreements as required on council-controlled land in accordance with current council policy. Do I have a mover for that? Is 3 not repeated? No, they're just a little bit different, yeah. Councillor McDonald moves. Councillor, I think I saw Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? That's carried. Finally, we move to item number 7. This is the new energy generation invitation to tender stage 3 evaluation report. Councillor Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move that this be deferred for consideration at the ordinary meeting next Tuesday, the 21st of November.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shine. All of those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's carried. And that brings an end, I believe, to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for November 2023. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you to the Infrastructure Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Gayabal and Jarawar peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have an apology from Councillor Nancy Summerfield. Do I need to do anything with that? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, and a seconder, Mayor McDonald. Thank you. Noting no leaves of... Oh, sorry, those in favour, my apologies. Thank you. Thank you. Noting there is no leave of absence today. And Councillor Carol Taylor will be returning shortly. I'd like to acknowledge Mayor McDonald, Deputy Mayor Von Hoff, CEO Brian Pidgeon, General Manager Mike Brady, Rod Betts and Jason in the room, so thank you. The hordes of people that are joining us today in the back of the room, thank you very much. Hi. Now, there are several declarations of conflicts of interest, and I'd like to start with, I'll start with item 6. Actually, yes, I'll start with item 6, please, Councillor Shine.
Yep.
I do have some for 4, 5 and 6 and 7, but I'll start with yours on 6 because there's quite a few that are joined together. So
Yeah,
just go with me.
Yeah, I think
Thanks.
there's one.
Just go with me.
One for item 6 and several
That's
for
right.
item 7. Yeah.
I've got the gavel today.
Thank you. In relation to item 6, I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I reside in Anzac Avenue, Toowoomba, and Anzac Avenue is mentioned within the report. I believe that the matter is ordinary business of council, and if not, my interest is no greater than any other property owners in this area. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including my voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including in any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Any questions? Yes, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Just clarification, if I could, through to the CEO perhaps, and Councillor Shine mentioned ordinary business of council, and I'm just wondering if that's captured within footpaths.
So the definition within those guidelines is in that quick reference I'm referring to, that quick reference guide talks about your interest is no greater than a significant proportion of other community members. Example, all people in a suburb, all people in a small town, all business owners, or all dog owners. So is his interest any greater than any other person who lives in his suburb?
Councillor Shine?
Well, in answer to that question, no, my interest is no greater than anybody else's.
I just raised that through you, Chair, through the CEO, because I would also declare if that was the case, but given what it is and the nature of what the CEO has said, this would probably capture, if not everyone, at least looking around the room, 6 in the room. So I would think that this is ordinary business of council, and therefore there should be no requirement for declaration, to be fair. And I'd seek clarification if that is the case.
CEO. Item 6.
I think council would be on fairly safe grounds to consider it to be ordinary business on that basis, and there's no need to make a declaration.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
What Jeff said, Chair, I'm happy to, what the Mayor said, Chair, I'm happy to move that Councillor Shine doesn't have any interest greater than anyone else.
Councillor, yes, Councillor Shine.
Well, if it's the feeling that I don't have to make, if the advice is I don't have to make it at all, I withdraw my application.
Okay.
Well, you did ask, so.
Just now withdraw it.
So declaration is withdrawn. Thank you. So then I will go to item number 7, and I've got a declaration from Councillor Jeff McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is in regard to the e-devices, the project benchmarking outcomes and proposed next steps, and I requested it be minted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, Toowoomba e-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps, at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As the item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting at the matter, on the matter. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. And Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I request that be minted that at the previous meeting, I had declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 3, Toowoomba micro-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps, at the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Item number 7, declaration of declarable conflict of interest by myself. I, Councillor Melissa Taylor, requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, Toowoomba e-micro-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of the 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As this item is a continuation of that project, and that as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at this meeting, including by voting on the matter. And again, item number 7, Councillor Edwina Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item number 7, I have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I'm a tenant and business owner in the Toowoomba CBD. This project is specific to the Toowoomba CBD. However, my interest would not be greater than any other business owners in the CBD. I wish to participate in this decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge the eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Any questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. congrats on doing that first time. It's daunting.
All of that.
But I actually just wanted to ask you about the no greater than anyone else. So there may be Cracker Print and Paper that has employees inside. There may be Hair Salon that has employees inside. But when your business is sitting on the footpath, eating, ordering coffee, would that mean you have a greater to lose or to gain because of this than the average person? I suppose that's a question for you to ponder.
Yeah, well, look, I wouldn't think so. We have to be a minimum of 2 metres from the curb, or 1.5 metres, so there's plenty of space for people to go past. But if the room thinks that I do, then I'm very happy to step out.
Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, and it's a good point Councillor McMahon makes. I think in the broader scheme, if we look at the map and the use of where the proposal could be of these devices, it covers a much broader area than just that section of Ruthven Street as well. So it's a broader footprint than where it is. So I would suggest that it is by definition that there would be no greater than the majority of business owners within the CBD. So I would think that would cover it quite comfortably. So that being the case, I move that Councillor Edwina Farquhar can stay and participate in the decision and vote on the matter because of those reasons, that she would have no greater than the majority of other business owners in the CBD.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Against? Passed. Thank you. Item number 8, Councillor Jeff McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, this would may well fall into the ordinary business of council, I would assume, and probably just a clarification on that. Because it's talking about road safety audit, speed limits, which would be, I would assume, fall into that same bracket.
I suppose some other considerations you'd have to take into account is will the decision have a big impact on you as a councillor or any related parties, which it probably wouldn't. And is there a way that you could influence the decision to gain a benefit? So what benefit would you have in relation to any of those decisions that were made in relation to that road that runs nearby? And I suppose anybody who used that road within the council area or anybody who lived in that suburb would use that road. So it's a very broad one to draw, but if you want to exercise abundance of caution, there's no reason why you couldn't ask the question.
Okay. No, I'm happy to do that. So, Madam Chair, I'll read the screed.
Thank you.
Okay. I inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, as defined in Section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I'm a part owner of property in the area mentioned within the report. I believe that the matter is ordinary business of council, and if not, my interest is no greater than any other property owners in the area. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to the matter, acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009 whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move that Councillor McDonald, in fact, didn't need to even make the COI because it falls under ordinary business, but I respect the fact that he has done so, and I do not believe that his interest is any greater than a significant portion of other community members, in this instance, all people who live in a suburb.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Okay, thank you. I will now make a declarable conflict of interest under the same item, number 8. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am part owner of a property in the area mentioned within the report. I live within approximately 200 metres of Lindsay Street. I believe that the matter is of ordinary business of council, and if not, my interest is of no greater than other property owners in this area. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting including any area set aside for the public and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. Any questions? Councillor McDonald.
No questions. I think if you could replicate Councillor Vonhoff's wording for that that particular one might be useful as well, just interposing names.
Thank
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Seconder.
Just a question, if I could.
Yes.
Without revealing your address, approximately how far away from Lindsay Street and this, Lindsay Street.
About 200, 250 metres,
Thank you.
approximately. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Bill. Oh, question, sorry, Councillor Vonhoff, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that, Madam Chair. Just in regard to Councillor Shine's question, I suppose I'm satisfied because there is proximity, but that proximity is shared in the ordinary business of council from an entire suburb. So that's why I think the words that applied to Councillor McDonald also apply in this instance.
Great, thank you. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, and as the seconder, I'd just like to state that given the prominence and significance of this intersection and this piece of road network, I don't think there wouldn't be a person within the suburb or neighbouring suburbs that wouldn't traverse this intersection and hence benefit by the upgrades to safety. Under the current definitions, under the current legislation, that meets the test, I would believe.
Thank you. Okay, I have a mover, I have a seconder. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now, item 4, item 5 and item 6. I will just read this out as a declarable conflict, but it will apply to all 3 items because it's exactly the same wording. So I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, in these matters as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because my sister owns a business and building in the Toowoomba CBD, and this project is specific to, these projects are specific to Toowoomba CBD. However, my interest would be no greater than any other business owners or relatives of business owners in the CBD. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about these matters, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting including any area set aside for the public and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. So I will treat them separately but save reading it out 3 different times because it's exactly the same. So item 4 is the taxi zone with Grand Central. Any questions?
So, Madam Chair, no questions, and I think the reasons for you to be able to stay would probably be consistent for each as well.
Yes.
Okay, so, and very similar if not identical to the last.
Great,
Go.
thank you. So, do I need to vote on them separately, Brian? Yes. Oh, Wendy? Yes? Okay. But we can use the same wording? Yes, okay. May I have, any questions first for item 4? May I have a mover? Mover, Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? Passed. Yes. Carried, sorry. Item 5, Union Street, the motion on Union Street. And again, using the same wording and the same reasoning. May I have any questions? May I have a mover? Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, seconder, Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? Carried. Item 6, same wording, same reasons, and this motion is in regards to the walking plans for the Toowoomba City Centre, Highfields and Oakey. Any questions?
Some clarity here. I thought is that because you're in proximity to...
Toowoomba CBD. It's Toowoomba CBD walking plan.
So, but the same as Councillor Shine, we agreed he didn't need to make a declaration. Yes. So if that applied, then perhaps myself in Highfields, okay. But because it's covers a number of suburbs in the city, it covers Oakey in those attachments, and it covers Highfields in those. That's a considerable amount of. That's a number of suburbs. So I would have thought of same as Councillor Shine, general business, no need to make a declaration in that instant. That's up to you.
No, I did overlook that, so thank you, Councillor Carl, and I will withdraw. My apologies, thank you. Any other conflicts? Councillor Farquhar?
I'm just not sure with item 4 and 5 again, if that's general business, but being on Ruthven Street and I am close to the corner of Union Street, I'm not sure if I need to declare an interest or not. If I've had nothing more greater than every other business owner in the proximity or not. Maybe I just declare it and then it's...
I believe with Union Street, because it's
quite close.
It's quite close to you and could affect the traffic flow.
Yep, so in relation to item number 5, I wish to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am within close proximity to the intersection of Union Street as a business owner in the CBD, and this project is specific to that intersection. However, my interest would possibly not be greater than any other business owners within that street. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision for this matter, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Any questions? No. Mover? Oh, sorry, Councillor Von Hoff.
Yeah, thanks. Not a question. It's thanks for doing that, Councillor. I think you do actually have a conflict here because the proximity is very close, and the flow of traffic would affect business. So my gut on this is that yes, there is actually a conflict in this instance.
That's fine. I'm happy to leave the room for that section.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Shine? No? Yes?
Councillor Farquhar is referring to her business known to us all. That's on the opposite side of the Ruthven Street. There's parking in the middle of the street. I just don't understand how the flow of traffic would affect her business when it's the other side, and yeah, it's my view.
Councillor Wanhoff.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Shine, I would say that my thinking is that flow of traffic would influence people's decision to park or not park, the ability to seek a park and get a park or not, and it's not such a long bow as other instances that we've talked about here this afternoon. It is close, and for people to, the perception, I believe, is that there would be it would be too close for impartiality, but there might be differences of opinion, Madam Chair, around the room.
Councillor Farquhar.
No, and just on that, thank you, Councillor Shine, but I would prefer to leave the room because there will be roadworks of some description which will hold up people, and people will stay away, and it will affect trade. So, yeah.
So you've decided to leave the room through that item number 5?
Yes, please.
Thank you. That's all I need to do. Thank you, Wendy. Okay. Any other declarable conflicts of interest? Thank you. Down to business. I don't think I've chaired a committee meeting for a long time, so that was, I got it in spades. Okay, so it's before dinner time. Let's start with item number 3, the endorsement of the 2022 Toowoomba Overland Flow Path Study, and the author Avril Campbell, Project Manager. But I will introduce General Manager Mike Brady to introduce.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thanks time this afternoon. With that first report, it's a pretty broad piece of work that the last couple of years that the team's been working on. I'll hand over to Avril in a moment, and Avril can give you a little bit more in-depth between the lines sort of thinking that's gone into this. But I think it needs to be understood at the end of the day that overland flow paths affect all properties in, from a minor to a major degree across the, our region, across Australia. So when rain falls and crosses the ground, obviously, but in some cases it gets to significant levels, accumulates, and obviously can impact on property. In respect to our city, and this is where the focus of this report's about, there is quite a number of properties that are affected in one way or another. It has consequential impacts into how they deal with it. But the other thing to note is that we've got, from a budgetary perspective, very little in our budget in the next 10 years in respect to any drainage improvements across the region, let alone Toowoomba. That said, I'll hand over to Avril and just ask her to give a bit of a proceed to the report. Thanks, Avril.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Yes, so with the Overland Flow Path Study, I think the work that Council would be familiar with that's happened previously for our flood risk mapping studies and so forth that we have through the region, the majority of those actually focused on our waterways and more riverine and creek flooding. Overland flow is one of those things that technically it's quite difficult to quantify. So we undertook a series of studies. It actually started back in about 2017 where this modelling did take place, particularly through, as General Manager Brady had mentioned, through the greater Toowoomba urban areas. So our Gowrie Creek catchment, Spring Creek, Westbrook Creek, Escarpment Creeks and Dry Creek are the focus of this particular study, where we've looked to map those overland flow paths and identify where we might have particular issues. Coupled with that, as part of this technical study, which was undertaken by GHD and completed last year, we also looked at things like, is overland flow partially due to, obviously it's a terrain issue, so it's where the water collects and flows, but also issues affiliated with potentially like our stormwater drainage systems. So
we did try to quantify that into what we classed as hotspots in this particular study to look at areas where we may have problems. Mainly, like I said, it could be because we do have poor drainage in those areas, or perhaps it's just because, you know, historically development has happened in these areas and it's not something that through the years we've picked up as being flow paths. So as part of that study, we also didn't just look at actually we picked where the flow paths were, but we also did try to do a series of assessments as part of that to look at the hazard affiliated with that. As mentioned, the numbers for this are quite significant. We did have around 16,000 properties that we did identify as being affected by some level of overland flow. We did take that further by actually looking at the building footprints and trying to put a hazard associated with that to look at, you know, the risk to people and property in those overland flow paths. The majority are classified as low, but there are a couple particularly within the Gowrie Creek catchment, where we do still have some high and extreme hazards. And that does extend not just in our 1% or our Q100 flow event, but even in some of the minor events. So it is, in terms of, you know, both economic and risk to property and people, there are still risks affiliated with that. The intent of having this study endorsed is to allow us to proceed to the next stage. We do have funding from QRA to be able to take the results of this study and develop the second stage, which will be really looking at what those mitigation controls and measures will be, particularly pertinent with us having a new planning scheme coming into play. So that would be something that we would be looking to incorporate some sort of planning controls potentially through some of these areas. So that's the intent of that. So we have been successful in receiving $175,000 worth of funds from QRA to proceed that study and look at how we deal with overland flow in these areas. I think that's probably the key.
Thank you, April. Avril, sorry.
Avril.
Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, good.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in terms of sort of legal liability, where are we up to with having identified these properties at the moment?
So one of the elements, so we have worked closely with the planners on this one as well in terms of looking at, obviously we're going to identify these particular properties and what are the risks to council affiliated with that. If council does choose to, we can do what's called, I think it's a feasible alternatives report. I wish there was a planner in the room to help me on this one now, but there are ways through the Planning Act to help deal with that. So long as we can identify a risk, but we also need to be able to look at what those mitigation controls are. So it's really like about, as I mentioned before, what that hazard is and the safety element and what mitigation measures we're going to put around those as well. I'm not sure if that really answered the question.
Yeah, so the legal issues are covered off on page, my apologies there, 391 of 118. So that's where we touch on elements around those sorts of things. I mean, and Rod might be able to comment to this. Look, there's a general acceptance overland flow, as I said, it impacts every property. When rain falls, it rains. As Avril then pointed out, where it's the topography of the area, how it accumulates into streamlets and then sort of flows down through that catchment. But I'll just hand over to Rod. He might be able to talk to this a little bit more.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, possibly your question is more aligned with many of the drainage complaints that we get from people across our region, where the development and the drainage systems existing at their location were consistent with the requirements of the time, and there has been a lot of change in those requirements over many years. The most notable change was probably around the time of the introduction of the Queensland Urban Drainage Manual in the mid-90s, and probably the 4 to 5 years that it would have taken for that to flow through into actual developments on the ground. Prior to the Queensland Urban Drainage Manual, you'll see a lot of the older areas of town are developed within the rectangular grid with rectangular grid block layouts and streets like that, not particularly respectful of overland flow or the topography, and you had houses on the high side of a road and houses on the low side of a road, whereas post-QDM, the street layout better reflects the natural topography of the land, so the roads follow the lower lying areas and the houses drain from each side down towards the road. So there's a fairly fundamental change in development layouts around that sort of late 90s, early 2000 periods, and what that shows is that generally speaking, the overland flow paths, they do exist in these more recently developed areas, but they're generally maintained within the road corridor for major storm events. And that's the way that developments are basically conditioned these days. But that doesn't apply to a lot of the historical areas, and we would probably simply plead in many cases civil liabilities protection that we don't have to upgrade every area to current day standards just because the standard changes. They're not necessarily easy conversations to have with residents and ratepayers, but unless council has specifically done a particular action that causes a nuisance and a concentration, they're the ones that end up in potential sort of litigation territory.
Just let me see if I've got this right. Can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair? The ones that are already existing, we just say, well, look, the standards were different then. We're not going to accept any sort of legal responsibility or liability because of them, but we're mitigating into the future by, we have this knowledge now and we're going to be planning accordingly.
That's pretty much it, yes.
Yeah. And that is part of like our response when we're developing, well, we're calling it a flood risk mitigation plan, and that's part of our responsibility in identifying where those areas are and ensuring that, if they do redevelop in the future, that we have, picked up what that level of hazard and risk is and we're developing appropriately going forward.
Yes. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Just referring to page 390 under risk management matters, quite apart from legal liability of council, which is dealt with following that, quite apart from that, just concerned that the publication of this information might adversely affect the ability of house owners, building owners to get insurance, or might affect indeed their premiums if they have not already been affected by knowledge that insurers would have already, I presume. Well, I understand, as not only presume, but do you have any concerns about that at all, that there were 16,000 properties involved, 4,500 buildings, of which only several hundred, I say only several hundred, were in a more precarious type situation according to the brief. But could you expand on that, particularly with respect to the ability to obtain premium cover and the effect on premiums?
So as part of the next stage of the study, we will be liaising with the Insurance Council of Australia. That is one of the conversations we would like to have as part of our development of our flood risk mitigation strategy. In addition to that, though, we have been advised by, particularly by consultants and some that have worked in the insurance industry, a lot of the insurers actually do have their own flood modelling, and particularly some of these ones that have been subject to overland flow, they're going to have a flood history. These people know that they do flood. I mean, maybe not all of them, but the majority of them, particularly those in some of these higher risk ones, would have historically been flooded to date.
And certainly, conversations with the Insurance Council of Australia going back to the time of the flood studies that are now in the planning scheme with the Rapisa project, the Insurance Council was very happy to get more detailed information because it allowed them to refine and potentially, remove obstacles to flood insurance for people who weren't as flood prone. So they were generally grateful to receive, but as Avril said, the modelling capabilities these days is quite amazing, and most of the large insurers would have already undertaken their own level of modelling, maybe not quite as detailed as ours, but again, if it's broader brush, it may be affecting more people than it needs to in that context.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had similar questions to those that have been raised by my colleagues. Not so much about the legal risks to council, but the legal risks to residents, and also about the insurability prospects of residents. And I just wanted to check, I mean, I consider this a very major report. There's a lot of work that's gone into it, and there's a lot, thank you for it very much, by the way, Avril. There's a lot of work that's gone into it, and it affects a lot of residents. We haven't had an information session on this, have we?
Yes, I think it was maybe in July. Oh, I will admit though that I think we didn't have a lot of the councillors in attendance that afternoon for some reason.
Because I would like to better understand like our stakeholder engagement. Have we communicated this, or that there was a body of work being undertaken for our residents, what the potential impact of changes to the overland flow mapping might be. I personally don't feel like I'm there with this report. I'm very grateful for it, but given that it is a significant body of work, and it also has huge flow-on, no pun intended, effects for our residents in terms of council's responsibilities to those residents as well. I personally don't feel like I've got a handle on receiving this today, and I would like us to have a greater opportunity to really sort of go through it and understand the impact and the implications for it, particularly if in light of that July information session, if there were quite a few councillors who weren't present. So I flag that now because I'd like to understand the stakeholder engagement, the insurability issues for residents, what it means in terms of council's responsibilities to residents, because, you know, we're contacted routinely by residents in regard to some of these issues. So I flag that now, Madam Chair. There might be other questions from councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Before we go down that path, any other questions or comments? Oh, Councillor McMahon.
Look, I was probably on the same page. On my first day in this job, I was met with a decade-long FRPISA study, and following in on all the issues that created for residents, very much at the tail end of it, and I fear we're going down a similar path. And I suppose if I had a house in that, I'd want to know what it meant for me before my councillor signed off on it.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. So then, Councillor Von Hoff. Oh, you want to make a comment, Rod? Apologies.
Sorry, councillors. I was just going to comment that the FRPISA project had a much earlier version of overland flow mapping for the Toowoomba City that they were not happy with the, I guess, the technical adequacy of that fairly rushed study at that time. And we presently sit with a planning scheme with the FRPISA controls in place for riverine flooding through Toowoomba, riverine and East and West Creek flooding, but not overland flow. So basically, whilst we have the FRPISA planning controls in place, they do not apply to the greater Toowoomba urban area. And with ongoing infill development over time, that's really where a risk lies. We feel this is a technical study which will inform the planning scheme, and with the work we're able to do with QRA, bring forward further evaluation and updating of FRPISA, because that is 5-6 year old thinking now. Is there some more current day thinking in place in other local governments that we can learn from and perhaps better refine how we approach managing overland flow? But I feel that that level of engagement is what we need to be working through the community with as part of the Toowoomba Futures project, not necessarily in accepting a technical study as a basis to again go forward. All of those questions are very valid, but they're deeply tied in with, you know, what do we do with a new planning scheme, and how do we bring, now that we're aware of this technical information, and we are getting inquiries and about developments that are wanting to access this information. Yeah, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg. We're only documenting what exists because of the topography and the development that's there. How that is then dealt with and those sorts of questions are the subject of this further work with the QRA and further work with our planners as part of Toowoomba Futures.
Yes.
Councillors, I know, and you know, obviously it's council's choice. In the consultation session, we did go out to the public realm and got a fair bit of response back, which any of those details that were taken into account in development of the reports that's there. That those results obviously haven't gone back out to the community. The next stage of this does include a significant further community consultation phase, and as we move then more from the might call the technical space into you know, I won't call them mitigation measures that may be available, but also more engagement with the community, and obviously that would give opportunity to have a lot more discussion into the future with council on what we can take forward, and you know, it integrates in with the planning scheme and so forth. So I suppose this is a journey, as I think we all appreciate, and I'd be, you know, the sign off today, if that's, or next week, but to go forward means that, you know, we just keep that journey moving forward. Otherwise, you know, if we go back a step and then come back, it could, you know, the work that we're doing with QRA, we're trying to do by mid next year, aren't we? So we've got some timelines on spending that money as well. So we're in a part way through that journey. It would be good to be able to continue that with your support at the moment, and then obviously should there be further updating council through information sessions or other ways, I'd be happy to sort of do that in parallel if that was okay, but obviously council's choice.
I just have a question from Councillor Cole.
It's probably not a question, but I just want to give an example of how this plays out to the detriment of a neighbourhood, and we've got a number of legacies through the region, and it results in inter-allotment drainage problems if we do not address this. And they are legacies and expensive ones to fix up, and I'm sure the officers will be familiar with numbers of those. So, you know, I probably would urge councillors to consider that we move forward. I would urge councillors to consider we move forward with this because, you know, in the reasons for the recommendation, considers mitigation measures including incorporation of flood management controls into council's planning scheme. And as Rod has rightfully mentioned around the growth futures planning and growth fronts, this is a much more favourable and cost-efficient way to approach this rather than deal with the legacies at the other end, because that's what we've seen. I think there's a few of us around the table that have been through a few of these overland flow issues that have surfaced, that have revealed themselves in inter-allotment drainage issues in existing areas. Now, if we're trying to meet our housing targets and the pressure that comes with, you know, the 20%, I think it is, attached dwelling infill, we've got measures such as charge down pipes and issues with inter-allotment easements to try and address infill issues. That's just one spectrum, let alone the greenfield growth fronts that we need to accommodate or provide into the future. So, yes, while it's a reality for some that they would be affected by this, but as a person who is looking to purchase property, I would very much appreciate a level of detail and sophistication that I could search out and understand my risk as a purchaser of a property or piece of land. I think it's responsible. We should be, and I don't look. Sorry if I sound as though I'm debating, but I'm just sort of thinking about how this has revealed itself in a number of instances by us not being at this point where we're ready to further this. And yeah, we just haven't been at this point.
Councillor Von Hoff, and then I've got Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Shine. Oh, okay, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, mine's probably a past point as well. I actually share a similar view to what Councillor Carl said, because I think obviously the point of where we are with this technical report is for mitigation for the future, and the reason we're here is because of the legacies of the past, and it sort of reminds me of, dare I say it, I mean, Ostrich Road, so what occurred with that, and then what we're able to put in place for the future of that was to help mitigate that. So we're kind of dealing with it on two fronts, and I get it. The historical part of this is going to raise a few issues, because as much as we consult, and even if we consult with everyone until it exactly hits someone who goes to try and sell or buy something, that's when it tends to rear its head. But we need to be able to have protection in place moving forward from a planning scheme point of view, so it protects council and also the community moving forward, of knowing exactly what sits there when they're looking at overland flow, with properties, because there's a lot of legacy issues. So I think if there's a question around how we discuss further stakeholder with it, I'm obviously open to that, but I'd also be pretty keen to see it move forward.
Councillor Shine.
I was just wondering whether officers would be can assure us one way or another as to whether or not, when you're doing a search to buy a property, that this information is revealed in the normal course in relation to a normal residential conveyancing type.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just at this stage, the endorsement that we're seeking is for the technical part of the study to go forward to the next stage. So just being clear, there won't be any overlays or anything developed at this stage. That's part of the next stage that we're working to. So at this point, all we're doing is literally identifying those properties and those areas where we need to start considering what sort of controls would be happening. So that was the intent. In terms of consultation, so the consultation that's happened in the front end was really about seeking information to work into the studies. So I think there were some mail outs early on in the study. We did some consultation with some of these owners to seek feedback to help us validate our modelling. As we note, we haven't actually gone back out yet with any of these results. The intent was really to look at what we would plan to do with that. Like, what would that look like for a property owner? If you were impacted by overland flow, what would that mean for you in terms of, for example, a planning control? Or do we have a structural mitigation measure that perhaps council would look at in the future, so forth? So that's sort of the intent of that next stage, and the consultation was intended to happen as part of that stage of work.
So the answer to my question, I think, is the answer no.
Sorry, I went off on a tangent.
That isn't revealed in a search at the moment. And if you wanted to find out more, you'd have to look at the maps that will be available to the public, if you knew that they existed, I suppose. But ultimately, would it not be desirable for a purchaser who hasn't been consulted because they haven't lived there before to have that available to them when they search the council to find out whether there's outstanding rates or other impediments to the property, that this be listed? Might be something that you have to consult with the rates people in council as to how practical it is, but it certainly is something that most people, when they're buying a property, would like to know, and I think should be entitled to know whether there's a flood problem associated with it.
GM Brady.
Yeah, I'll just give some clarity to what is available. There is, through the FRAPISA project, there is information that is available to, I think it's 80,000 properties across the region. You can go on site here at TRC and you can examine your property. And I suppose the clear distinction just here is that's available for inverted commas riverine flooding or creek flooding, so the stuff that, and that's what that study was about. This has taken our catchments to that next granular level, the detail that all those little rivulets that run down the street, and we see it particularly in East Toowoomba when you get a very heavy storm, you can the stuff that runs down Margaret Street or Campbell Street and stuff like that. And what this is picking up, it really does pick up, the model really picks that up very clearly, but also flags to us in some cases the potential safety risks that are there for even people crossing the road, let alone properties. So we've all seen the water come down Margaret Street. It's a torrent at times, and if you were to walk into the middle of it, especially a small child, you'd definitely get washed away. So that it's not only picking it up for property, it's picking it up right through our whole areas of our suburbs, the road networks, the parks, everything. And so this is really looking at that finer detail, granular level. And so using the word flooding, we've just got to be cautious in the terms and how we use it. So there is information available, very good information available on council's network system now, like most councils now. But this would, in years to come, would add to that.
Any other questions?
Sorry. The type of flooding that we're talking about here is, well, as it's storm affected coming down Margaret Street, or Bridge Street, or Anzac Avenue for that matter. It's not the creek overflowing type flooding.
No, so this is very much as the water lands on the ground, where does it accumulate and flow through until it reaches a creek.
Councillor Shine? Yes. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've sent through an alternate recommendation to the CEO and Wendy, understanding that there's differences of opinion around the table with where we land on this. Some people are happy to proceed with the committee recommendation, but the other school of thought is that this matter be deferred for consideration. No need of this matter, so that this matter be deferred for consideration until such time as councillors have had the opportunity to be briefed via an information session. I'd be happy to move that alternate recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Farquhar. Any questions, comments, debate? I'll put it to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Carl, I didn't see your hand go up. Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The positions about the importance of it and the groundwork for a technical study, that may all be well and true. I just think that this is a complex matter. We may very well land back exactly there, but this is a complex matter, and we're down several councillors today as it is. This should be something that we sort of have some time to mull over. It would be my preference that an information session comes back, and then we probably end up with exactly the same recommendation, but it just gives us the opportunity to understand it a bit more.
Thank you. Anyone against? Councillor Cull.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Rebecca's adequately stated it's a technical matter and it's a study. And the reason why we undertake studies is so that we get a level of detail so that we can then give best advice well, it's best information for our residents so they make informed decisions. And there's nothing to say that information couldn't be on rates notices in the future, subject to, agreements. There's a whole host of ways and of which the GM's alluded to how the community's informed about the riverine flood mapping. So for us to consider that we would be likely to take a different path, I think is probably, and I don't wish to make light of it, probably somewhat irrelevant, because the end result of where we need to head to minimise risk, both to community members, to inform best investment of infrastructure and placement of infrastructure and the type of infrastructure in the future, is critically important. Therefore, these studies need to be able to be continued. As I said prior, the planning scheme, this is the sort of information that needs to end up in those documents, those guiding documents that actually guide the industry who build the physical community as far as subdivision and commercial estates, all those sorts of things. But out of this layer of information, this is why it's critical and we need to proceed with this to the next phase, is because it also aids council in a strategic planning capability around what does our infrastructure investment look like, what does our road network look like, what are the principal intersections and traffic corridors, and how's that drainage treated. We do not have that strategic level of detail, and this, at this stage, that properly informs that when a developer goes to submit an application for a subdivision. So how do we get there? We build this from informative layers of information like this. So I think it's critical. It's probably, yep, I think we could be brought up to speed subsequent to a decision today, which inevitably we will end up at the same point because of the risk and requirement around council to be able to do this. Because remember, well, I distinctly remember that it was mandated that we had to do flood study and flood mapping to have our previous planning scheme approved because of risk. So this just adds that level, another granular level of detail.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Do I have another speaker for? In the absence of another speaker for, I ask you, Councillor Von Hoff, would you like to wrap up?
No, thanks, no need.
Thank you. Well, I will then put it to the vote. I have a mover of the motion, Councillor Von Hoff, and the motion is that this matter be deferred for consideration until such time as councillors have had the opportunity to be briefed via an information session. Moved Councillor Von Hoff, seconded Councillor Farquhar. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is lost. So I will then put the original motion forward. That council That council endorsed the 2022 Toowoomba Overland Flow Path Study as the technical basis for future planning and overland flow flood risk assessment purposes in the Greater Toowoomba urban area. I have a mover for the motion, Councillor Carl. Oh, questions?
Sorry, not just a bit outside protocol, but would it be possible for you guys to brief the other councillors between now, or the people who feel they need to have a briefing between now and the ordinary meeting?
Yeah, through Avril, I'd be happy if councillors do have available time over the next week and they want to get a further update. We could organise outside of the thing, just Avril could go back over what was presented to council in a previous information session.
Good. That's great, thank you.
We'll make that open and just see if that's outside the norm.
Thank you, GM. Thank you, GM Brady. So I have a mover, Councillor Carl, seconder, Councillor O'Shea. Any other questions, comments, debate? All those in favour? 2, 4, 5. Those against? 2. Motion is 1. Thank you. Okay, so that was item 3. Now, councillors, it's 4. I'm in your hands. Would you like a 10-minute break or would you like to push through? A 6-minute break, right. See you back here at 4:30. Motion to adjourn, Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Shine. All those in favour? Passed. Thank you. See you at 4:30. Okay, thank you, councillors. We will resume. Okay, we're up to item number 4, the relocation of taxi zone to the western end of the bus and taxi zone on Margaret Street near Grand Central. The authors of this report are Morag Illingworth and Rodney Betts. Mike, will I ask you to introduce it, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, as noted in the report, this was a request from Council earlier this year to look into the opportunities or the options in regards to where the taxi zone Margaret Street is currently located and whether that's still the best location or otherwise, or what other options there may be. The team went away and looked at a fair bit there, and I'll pass on to Rod to give you. He'll be able to give you both history and also, you know, what's at this stage now potentially what we think's a way to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks,
Thanks,
Mike.
Rod. Now, don't show your age by saying how long ago this report happened.
So the current arrangements of taxi zones and bus zones at this location on Margaret Street is a remnant of what was put in place a short time after the original Grand Central development back in 1997. Trying to recall back to those details, the on-street arrangements were not to the satisfaction of Queensland Transport at the time, and they wished to locate the bus zone close to the new main entrance to the Grand Central development, with the taxis wanting to be just outside the door at the Myer entrance. So the current arrangement that existed up until about 5 years ago, so I shouldn't probably say current, the arrangement of bus and taxi zones there goes back to that sort of time frame. It was around 5 years before the disability access guidelines came into place in 2002. Once those guidelines came into place and the state started funding disability bus stop upgrades, this location was always in the mind of Queensland Transport, because the vertical grades on the footpath were not disability, as you head up the hill, the longitudinal grades were not compliant. However, the opportunity then came with the more recent stage of Grand Central development around 2016-2017 to locate the premier bus stop for Grand Central down onto Victoria Street, where it is currently located. We simply left the previous bus zone as a bus zone for bus layover, or perhaps out of town, or some of the buses serving the retirement homes, potentially as a drop-off sort of location. And the taxi rank has stayed where it is down at that bottom end. However, with the decrease in pedestrian activity through that area, particularly at night time, it has become an area where the taxi drivers have been concerned about their safety and have had some incidents. And hence, when we went to consult with the taxis and with Grand Central in relation to these matters, we came up with a number of the suggestions that have come forward here. So essentially, the area up towards Milne Street would be very problematic to try and upgrade for current day disability access requirements if we were to look at relocating a taxi rank up there. In terms of after hours taxi rank opportunities, there is an opportunity to use the existing bus zone down in Victoria Street as an after hours taxi rank that would be better lit and have better passive surveillance from passers by in that area. So essentially, through consultation, we've come up with some other options that we're now sort of recommending to move forward with.
Thank you, Rod. Just before we go on, I will acknowledge the declaration that I declared earlier within the CBD. Apologies for not doing that earlier. And I'll ask our Mayor, Jeff McDonald, to introduce our guests.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, it is a great pleasure, just a very quick interlude into our afternoon's committee meeting for Infrastructure Services Group, to welcome a delegation from Hangzhou. Welcome to you all. We've just had a very good conversation, and from China. A lot of similarities between Hangzhou and ourselves. Madam Chair, if you just allow me for a moment. Based largely from an agricultural background, but now moving right the way through to very high tech, with where they are, and in fact 27% of their gross domestic product is within high tech, and their gross domestic product is some $407 billion, equating that to ours in the Toowoomba region of just shy of $12 billion, a significant player in the world stage. The population of Hangzhou is just over 12 million people in Hangzhou, and their land mass is just shy of 17,000 square kilometres. So if we put that into perspective of Toowoomba region, 170,000 people over 13,000 square kilometres. We have around about 13 people per square kilometre. They have around about 756 people per square kilometre. So it's quite the scale, but yet the similarities in business are pretty close. So we're welcome to the visitors. They've had a very busy day, Brisbane, Toowoomba, and then they head back to Brisbane now, and then heading to New Zealand tomorrow. So very much a fact-finding mission, but we thank you very much sincerely on behalf of councillors, but of course on behalf of the region as well, and look forward to you coming back in September next year for the 75th Carnival of Flowers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald, and thank you very much for joining our meeting today. Safe travels back. Thank you. Thank you. Back to talking about taxi zone. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any questions after Rod's presentation? No? I did have some questions, Rod, but you have explained them, because I could not understand why what I believed in my mind was a very simple fix of just swapping some signs over. Taxi, bus, bus, taxi. But clearly it's a little bit more than that. So thank you for all the work. And I know the constituents that asked me to look into this for them, Robert in particular, will be very grateful, and I'm sure will understand the reasons behind your recommendation. So thank you very much to your team for that. So I will ask for a mover of this motion. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and a seconder. Councillor Carl, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Okay, item number 5. The investigation of changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street. And we do have a declaration from Councillor Farquhar. So you'll be leaving the room. Thank you. I will also reiterate my declaration, but as per council vote, will remain in the room. Okay, thank you, General Manager Mike.
Thank you, councillors, and through you, Chair. Again, this came from a request earlier this year, councillors, for us to look into the opportunity of if the traffic flow direction on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street was changed, would that be a better outcome for the city in general sort of traffic terms? And and what would sort of flow on from that. A fair bit of work's gone into it, as you would have seen in the report, to look at the pros and cons of a change. Because of some of the geometric constraints, there would be a cost if there was a change. There's probably some pros and cons either way to leave it where it is, and obviously some people might think if the direction was changed that it may also be a better outcome. That said, around about mid-year there was a development in that vicinity was flagged. A major development, and we think that it would be premature to make any changes at this stage until we see how that development actually evolves, and because it being of quite the significant size that it's proposed to be, there's all sorts of issues around traffic movement. There will be a need for a traffic impact assessment to be done, which will look into all the details, not dissimilar to a certain degree to what we've done, but it will even look further than that, and we'll look into parking and all sorts of requirements and the like. So through that, and when that development goes through its steps with council, I think that would be the appropriate time to look into this matter a little bit further, and so at this stage we recommend that it stay as is, and then see what evolves. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, General Manager Mike. Any questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Thanks for that, Mr. Brody. When I read the report, I thought, yes, that all makes sense to me. The one question I had, though, was that when we receive DAs, it's not usually the case that we would make changes to traffic flow or pedestrian access and these sort of things after receiving a DA. I thought that really the DAs have to fit with existing infrastructure. The report read more like it's a two-way street. I'm just punning well and truly this afternoon, but the report reads like it's a two-way street, but in my experience on council, it's been the case that DAs have to sort of conform or be conditioned to conform with how things are.
I guess every case is assessed on its merits, and depending where, what the nature of development is, we understand it could be a fairly substantial office type nature, which one would think would then have car parking, possibly basement car parking, these sorts of issues with it, but also potentially an opportunity to better activate the lane as a pedestrian thoroughfare as well. Now, whether that would involve change in the direction of it, there could be some significant changes to the nature of the lane. I think potentially shared zones and these sorts of things. Refuse collection from inner city properties is always an ongoing issue, particularly in these laneways, and we have Chandler Lane there causing some complications there. So, if there would need to be changes to refuse collection, it's potentially best sorted out as part of those undertakings as well. So it's not saying it's not a good idea. It is a lane that could possibly operate either way. To change it at this point in time, there would be some reasonable costs associated with it to make sure there's light poles, garden beds, potentially a tree to be removed, hopefully an awning not to be truncated, these sorts of things. So it could potentially be changed, but it's quite a significant exercise to do that at this point in time, and the visibility at the far end also has buildings built to boundary. So, whatever you're taking from Ruthven Street, you're potentially having a more complicated situation at Annan Street as well in its current format.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Any other? Councillor Shine?
Just on that point, Rod, I'm just wondering what garden beds would have to be removed or replaced?
Councillors, if we look at the attachment, so that's Union Street attachment. You can see on the second plan we've got if you go to the next plan, I think, Wendy. Yeah. That shows you a rigid truck, which is basically a garbage truck having to come around, and you can see what it does to the corner of that building. It comes very close to that. As we said, there's a tree there. There's a garden and light pole all in those sort of locations. So we haven't, this is the level of detail we've gone to. So, looking at how a garbage truck would go through at this stage, and without sort of progressing into full detailed design stage, we'd be suggesting council that any change in direction could incur a reasonable cost to change the bits and pieces of infrastructure there to safely accommodate traffic using it the other way.
There wasn't a garden affected by that in that scenario, is there?
Sorry, councillors, see where the tree is on Ruthven Street there? Well, that's sitting in a garden bed.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what we're reflecting, right. Referring to.
Are you aware whether or not the direction on Union Street in the past was heading west as opposed to east?
So this section of Ruthven Street's been centre parking for as long as I've been here. It's, in the early 80s, I think the centre parking went in. We didn't change the direction of Union Street at the time we did the streetscape update in around 2003 to 04, around that sort of time frame. I probably didn't pay as much attention to the direction of streets in my early years as I do now, but I don't believe it's been in the other direction, certainly for the last 25 years anyway.
Yeah, my first office was in Union Street, and I'm not certain about it, but I thought it might have been going the other way. But anyway, just save us going into debate, if I can just make a comment that I support the original thought behind this and oppose the motion or recommendation, because whenever you're going walking up and down Ruthven Street in business hours, particularly in the morning peak hours and the afternoon peak hours, traffic trying to get through the lights at Ruthven and Herries is always backed up to past even north of Union Street. And if you were able to turn left into Union Lane it was called in those days, then that would get rid of probably half the traffic that enters upon the intersection with Herries. Probably the majority or half of them head south, some turn right, others, but many turn left, and I think it would at least be worth a trial anyway. So I'll be inclined to oppose the recommendation for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Shine, Councillor McMahon, and then Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually here to say the same thing as Councillor Shine. It would be nice if it was going out of the CBD to clear the afternoon traffic. However, whilst it's not impossible to change the traffic direction, it's not really something that we can commit to doing at this point, I feel. I would like to possibly revisit this when there is a potential large building to the south of this street by Heritage Bank, and look, Save the Children. I don't know the story behind that, but if it were to be upgraded in a few years, maybe we'll look at that then. But I think at this point in time, it's not impossible, but it's perhaps impractical. So whilst it would be nice, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cole.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Okay, I'll put the motion that Council resolve that the current direction of traffic flow in Union Street, Toowoomba City, is retained at this time. I have a mover in Councillor McMahon and a seconder in Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Against? We'll have must have a division because Councillor Farquhar has a conflict. So those in favour are Councillor McDonald, O'Shea, O'Hara-Sullivan, McMahon, Carl, Von Hoff, and those against Councillor Shine and Councillor Melissa Taylor. And Councillor Carroll is absent. And yep, she's just catching up. Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Farquhar. Yes, Councillor McMahon. Oh, to the CEO, yes.
Well, look, I just before that motion suggested that maybe we could revisit this when there's a potential building there, and I'm cognizant of recent discussions where we have to put it in the motion if we actually want it to come back. So I didn't do that. Am I still allowed to say sometime in the future it comes back, or that would have to have been in the motion? Just after a comment.
Just, sorry, not clear. You just wanted to ask a question, did you, in relation to something?
I don't know, just, I was talking about the idea that this could come back to us if Heritage builds its building there that is in the report that says it's perhaps going to do. But if I wanted to do that, would I have had to put that in the motion that we revisited it?
Yes, you'd have to do a rescission motion if it hadn't been actioned, if it had been actioned at that point in time. But this, you've got an opportunity to debate it again, obviously next week as well, though.
Yeah. Oh, look, I won't rescind it now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor O'Shea. And Tim was for. McDonald, O'Shea, Megan, Tim, Bill and Rebecca, yes. Kerry and Melissa, absent is Edwin and Carol. Oh, sorry, Carol wasn't in the room.
No, she'll be okay.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Yes? Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. We now have, item 6, the walking network plans for Oakey, Highfields and Toowoomba City Centre. Okay, over to you, General Manager Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We had, councillors, we had a recent information session on this matter. And the walking network plans were shown to council, so I think that was quite a good information session, and gave council a good opportunity to get a detailed idea of what's the work behind what's been done, and also the work that going forward what's planned as well. That said, as this is through a TMR project, jointly funded with TMR, one of the steps we need to take with this is to get them endorsed, so we can just wrap up the project with TMR. That council's supportive of what we put forward, and also that there's no commitment for council to be funding future works programs, but that there is a works program should funding and that become available to implement. So that's basically what the recommendations are indicating. So sort of noting that council's had a fairly recent session on this, I might leave it there for today and we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Just before we go to questions, Councillor Shine, I will just reiterate that attachment 3 provided is a confidential attachment, and it's recommended that the attachment be considered and treated as confidential, as it contains information related to a matter that a local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or a state, While it is not recommended to close the meeting to the public, the sensitive nature of the information contained within the attachment satisfies section 254J3I of Local Government Regulation 2012. So if we do need to refer to that, we will close the meeting, but we won't until such time. Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hopefully I'm not offending that attachment. My question is, you mentioned that it's a joint funding arrangement with TMR. Is there any time limit on the take-up of that funding? And if so, what's proposed, what will be proposed to match the funding?
So the actual work has been undertaken under a walking network grant, which does have a defined time agreement and time frame to it. I haven't got the agreement with me, but it would be possibly March, April next year for the funding to be expended on this planning work. There is no further commitment or grants available to implement the plans. Planning only, yes.
Yeah, so this is work that we got the grant last financial year, and that we've just progressed the work through this year.
Any other questions, comments? Anyone wish to? Oh, Councillor Carl to move. Yes. I may have a seconder, Councillor McMahon. Any more questions, comments, debate? I put the motion that 1, Council endorse the walking network. Apologies, I'll start again. The Council endorse the walking network plans for Oakey, Highfields and Toowoomba City Centre, attachment 2, and that Council endorse the supporting priority works program, confidential attachment 3, for each precinct as the basis for informing future investigations and program development for future capital works programs and operational works programs. I have a mover in Councillor Carl, a seconder in Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Okay. To item number 7. Toowoomba e-Devices Project, benchmarking outcome and proposed next steps. I have declarations from Councillor Jeff McDonald, Councillor Kerry Shine, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Edwina Farquhar. I'll take note of those, and over to you, Jim Brady.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, this report, as you are well aware, is sort of a continuance of discussions in regards to potentially introducing e-devices under a contractual approach similar to other cities into Toowoomba. A lot of work's gone into behind the scenes into looking at this over the last couple of years. There was a lot of community consultation done last year, and then from that there's roughly a 50-50 support from a community perspective. It was one of the largest responses to community surveys that we'd had as a council. Concurrently, well, around that time the government also brought in new legislation in respect to e-devices and use thereof, and so council postponed making a decision on going forward with this type of project until we saw what the impact of those new laws were. They have been very positive in many ways in some of the controls they've been able to bring into the use of e-devices, be it speed or geofencing and other things. And there's, in the report, there's lots of examples from the benchmarking work that we've done across other councils that actually goes into some of the detail that is of the opportunities of how you can manage these sorts of, as I said, projects or implementation of such a project. That said, councillors, it is significant, and this goes through from our benchmarking as well, and discussion with other councils, there is a significant effort that needs to go in to make resource effort that's required if we were to introduce something like this into the city. And that's sort of detailed in the financial aspects of the report. And from that perspective, councillors, is it really a value for money implementation project that we want to take forward at this stage compared when we look at other priorities across from an operational perspective that we need to undertake? This does not preclude individuals owning and using e-scooters to the legislative requirements that the state has in place anywhere within our city. So individuals that wish to buy or use a scooter. But for us to get involved as an organisation and take a contractual approach and management approach to this, there is a significant upfront cost, and then though some of that cost, well, one would hope, at least in the medium to longer term, we would there would be a level of revenue that would probably just cover the cost of the resources needed to run the project. Knowing the level of pathways and that we get from the community, I'm sure this would generate a few going forward with issues of misuse and the like. So our position at this stage, councillors recommend not to proceed at this stage, and to, unless it was maybe at a future point in time when budgetary pressures are less, we could maybe look at this again.
Thank you, General Manager Mike. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mike, for the report, or Hader. Mike, there's nowhere in the report that I could see that talks about the benefit of having electric scooters or having a trial scheme. So can you talk me through some of the positives?
So, councillors, and I'll get right to add to this. Look, the use, where we're going with e-devices, if you look at our sustainable transport strategy, we are very supportive of the use of, e-bikes, e-devices and that sort of things across the city. So we're not precluding any of that not occurring. So the benefits of that happening across the city, this type of arrangement is a specific commercial arrangement with a player such as, as in Brisbane, we'll use that as an example, the different companies that run these sorts of contracts down there. And they can bring the opportunity for transport in a city, transport when people wish to get around. They can bring that benefit of tourism and add to the economic element of the city as well. So there is those more socio-economic benefits from what they can add into the city. They can also take away, though, with, as we've seen with the hospitalisations and different things like that. So that can be a cost to the community as well, and that cost to the community can be there, whether it's through commercial arrangements such as this, or just people having their own bikes or scooters, e-bikes and that. So there can be quite reasonable benefits to the community at large through the movement of people, giving another option and encouraging that, as well as that sort of economic. It's another thing from a tourism point of view that we can add to our bow. So there are pros and cons to implementing or not implementing.
So just Mike, thinking about our regional active public transport strategies, what are we doing as a council to demonstrate to the community that we do support use of active electric scooters and bikes and things other than cars? And
Council has a limited budget in that space. I mean, from an educational point of view, we do some limitations with RAPTAC. It's our sort of policy position that we try to include improvements into our hard infrastructure as we build it, be it at intersections and the like. We do have a cycleway program, and we do have a footpath program across the region that we bring both in a level of new footpaths and the like for the various towns and villages across the region from time to time. So the council puts investment in those sorts of elements more so than out there in a major educational approach. We also work in that public transport space as well, working with Queensland Transport and trying to encourage improved services in that space. So there's a lot of work going on in that area, but it's also limited to the level of budget that's available, both from an operational and or capital perspective.
one last question, thank you. I note here that you've got Mackay Regional Council specifically are using e-mobility to help justify upgrades to local footpaths and surrounding infrastructure. Is that, are you saying that just putting a priority on it, or are they getting some sort of funding that might be available for active transfer for upgrades of footpaths or something?
There's limited funding available through the state, if that's where you're going with that. I think the linkage there, and I'd after Rod to correct me if I'm wrong here, Rod, but I think that's in regards to the development of their own internal programs and, you know, their prioritisation within their own sort of council budgeting. So as you noted earlier, we had that footpath plan, the previous report, the walking network plans for Oakey Highfields and Toowoomba City. In there, that also references work that we've done previously with the network prioritisation, footpath network prioritisation plan strategy for across the towns and villages across the region. So there's a lot of planning that we've done to see the improvement and, you know, over time upgrade of the network. We also have a renewal program in our program as it stands today for, you know, renewing footpaths where issues have occurred, you know, be it tree roots and other things have over time sort of pushed it out of vertical alignments and the like. Rod also discussed earlier around disability access. So over the years, we've had an ongoing program of upgrading pram ramps across the whole of the city, which is ongoing and for that matter across the region. So disability access across the city. So there are small budgets, but there are just little focus budgets that go on to see little improvements continuing year on year across our region in that area.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Look, can I firstly just give a pretext to this, that we had a very sad, unfortunate event in our city only 1 month ago where there was a fatality by an e-scooter, and certainly just want to acknowledge that and give it respect that it deserves before I say what I was going to say. And I thought that, you know, acknowledge that happened and certainly not use it for political advantage or disadvantage, and just give it the respect it deserves. And so with that said, you know, I think it was outside of the area we're talking about here, and probably, you know, this doesn't extend to that area of town. But I suppose the first thing I wanted to look at is when Mikey said if we say no, this doesn't stop the community from buying their own e-scooters. But I think, is that a blessing or a problem? Because if you get these companies who have them and they comply with government legislation versus old mate that gets one off the internet, generally speaking, and you know, you can do all sorts of modifications to them and make them go as fast as you want. So the whole get the community to buy their own, I don't think that's a solution here. Can I just have a comment on that?
Yeah, look, I'm aware that about 12 months or a little bit longer ago, the numbers in Brisbane were around about 2,000 scooters under this sort of managed type contract approach, and something like 32,000 scooters privately owned. So ultimately, the use of scooters, and if it continues to grow, will be very much a personal thing, and you know, that sort of thing. We're looking at potentially, if a contract did go forward, I think it's in the order of about 200, I think initially, right?
Would very much depend on the offers and the interest that came back.
So, and that sort of thing. When you come to implement something like this, you've then got to find areas where they can park their scooters, you know, and we're just talking about a few of the little issues around the city that we've just talked about over the last couple of reports. So we've then got to find in front of businesses parking areas on the footpath where you can have a line of scooters. These sorts of things. So the thoughts to go forward is, you know, we'll open up. You know, there may be some businesses in the city that don't have too many concerns if scooters are parked out their front, but I'm probably quite sure there'll be others that might be somewhat objectionable to those sorts of things. We have a small city area, and that's a fairly compact little area. It's you know, our footpaths only have a certain width and that to them, all those sorts of issues. Yeah, there's challenges. Yeah. I mean, it can happen if that's what council wants to do and that's what council wants to fund. Obviously, we can make it happen. But at the same time, probably at the moment, with other priorities, it's probably a lower priority.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I just think it's coming. It's here anyway. Is it whether we want it to develop from private ownership or do we want to control it from public ownership? I think that it's a question that I don't think we've really not got to the bottom of yet. But I just want to pick up on the funds. So 115 grand it's going to cost us with a proposed income of 70 to 90. So round figures, we're talking 25 grand. And then year 2 plus, it's going to cost us 40 with an income of 70 to 90. So we're making round figures, 30 to 50 grand every year on this project. So 25 grand is the deficit in year 1, and that's the only thing stopping us. And I know you've still got to outlay the cost, but we'll be short 25 grand. Is that the only thing stopping us with this motion that says that all the recommendations says we don't proceed until we get budget? 25 grand deficit. Is that the only?
That's our current estimate. There are figures that I can't sort of, as Rod just pointed out a moment ago, until we actually go to market. And if we were to go to market and go put the tender out, we'd then get the costings back in, and we could obviously through that you'd then report it back to council, and you could, you know, if you want to go to that next step. But once you go to tender, you tend to be of the position that you wish to go forward with it, rather than a fair bit of work goes up front, putting a tender out, and then bringing that back. Even if we were then to bring it back to council and report it, we could obviously, as with all tenders, we don't have to accept any tender, and so we could make a decision at that point. But obviously, we need to put some time and effort into getting it to that point.
Yeah, look, I suppose I disagree with what's written there for the reasons I've given. So I wonder if I could please, Chair, propose an alternate motion. and that is that council undertake the proposed phase 1B procurement and 12-month trial for an e-device trial subject to inclusion in BR2.
You can give a second if you wish. Does he want to move that?
Thank you.
May I have a seconder? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Before we go any further, I do have a question from Councillor Farquhar, then Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. One for you, Mike. Just in relation to the survey and benchmarking that you did with the other regional towns, did you, I see we've got, you know, hospital benchmarking. Was there much of an issue, do you know, with dumping of scooters? Are they, you know, when they run out of batteries and they, because often in Brisbane you see them in all sorts of random places. And I know we've chatted about shopping trolleys, but I just was wondering if dumping was at all mentioned with the other councils.
I think the feedback from the other councils was that the vendors have done a lot of work with their technology to be able to GPS track these things, to geofence them so that they don't end up in unpermitted areas, and there's obligations under the contract for the suppliers to go and collect these machines on a regular and sort of time basis. So at the end of the day, I guess the management of the issue comes back to management of the provider under the contract and ensuring that they comply with those conditions, or, you know, what are the penalties for being in breach of contract and things like that.
Thank you. And I guess also when you're hiring the bike, they've got your credit card, so if it ends up in the creek, it's charged back. Thank you.
Did witness last week when I was in Brisbane, week before, the van picking up the scooters through the middle of the night, so out with their little helmets, getting their scooters. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mike, you mentioned the numbers of in Brisbane of managed scooters versus privately owned. Could you just repeat that, please?
Talking about numbers, I think the information I had, I stand to be correct, it's probably grown a bit since then, is in the order of around about 2,000 under contractual arrangements, and of the order of about 32,000, I think the number is under private ownership. That's how, that's figures from around probably 12 months, 2 years ago.
Thanks.
So I stand to be corrected on that information.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, well, I'll put the alternate motion forward. Oh, I'll read the motion and then go into debate, yes. That council undertake the proposed phase 1B procurement and 12-month trial for an e-device trial subject to inclusion in budget review 2. Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Go into debate. Over to you, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's time. We have talked about this for many years. We've looked at every option available. We keep deferring it. We're one of the last cities in Queensland to take this step. I appreciate there's a lot of issues to be worked through, and I think we have worked through them. I think I said it the other day on another issue, and I'll say it for this. We have every duck proverbially in a row we could hope for, and the only thing missing is the willpower. And I think it's time, and I'd like to see us undertake a trial. And a trial is not a done deal. A trial is a trial, and if it doesn't work, we look at the evidence and we move from there. Thank you.
The Speaker against, Councillor Carl.
Might I say this is a natural progression, and I emphasise the word progression for any city. The reason why I ask those numbers, 2,000 managed, 32,000 privately owned, from our big brother to the east of us, was obviously there was a progression before these managed scooters, of which I find a very small number, that seem to have a very visible impact as I visit and frequent the city to the east of us quite a bit. I would think around, and particularly with the view of how we prioritise our budget and on many competing issues and fronts, I would have thought it would have been more of a natural progression to allow the private ownership and to actually create some groundswell within the legal road laws and traffic rules that they must abide by, because the Queensland Government has just brought that out, that they must abide by those rules. I would have thought it had been a natural progression for any city to actually allow that groundswell to happen. It's no good arguing that it's unsafe. Well, they have an obligation to abide by the road rules and observe those rules like any other road user in the public, anywhere in the public realm, so that when it comes time to actually look at this, you've actually got it looks much better for a prospective company under this managed arrangement to come in and actually look at it and give us a more reasonable deal at the time, because there is a genuine, not anecdotal, a genuine interest with numbers of private users out there in the public realm using these scooters. I don't see that at the moment. I'm sorry, I might walk around with my, I don't know, I'm just not observant in that area perhaps. The officer has already given an indication of the infrastructure limitations we have with widths of footpaths and a number of things. So I don't believe it's just a 25k deficit. I think it's much more extensive than that in actually ensuring, because it entails a partnership with a provider to ensure that this functions and there is equitable access by all public realm users, including pedestrians and any other person or mode of transport in that public realm, both on footpath and roadway. So I don't think we've arrived at all. I think it's a case of evolution, in my personal opinion. I would much rather see us go with the original officer's recommendation, and given the constraints on our budget, yeah, sure, it would be lovely to do lots of things, but the reality is, with the looming pressures, not looming upon us now, in some of the major projects that are staring us in the face and that are legislative requirements, I think we need to be very cautious that we don't add other items to our budget.
Thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we've been waiting for this for a very long time, and in the absence of a really good public transport system in Toowoomba, and I think we're a long way away from getting it, because the population mass isn't here, and we all understand that. But the scooters will provide a low-cost transport option for people in this city. And so that's my number one reason for wanting to support it. My number two reason is because electronic bikes and scooters will hopefully reduce the number of vehicles, particularly in our city centre. But I always think at the Carnival of Flowers time, I think someone wants to go and have a look at Queen's Park, and then they want to go and have a look at Laurel Bank, getting in the car, parking here, parking there. Whereas at Carnival time, you can see people sort of scooting around, going and looking at the gardens, going and looking at the private gardens. That's a perfect time for when scooters would be great. So we're going to reduce the congestion. We're going to provide a low-cost transport option for people. But most importantly, we are committing to our active and public transport commitments here at council, and we want to lower our greenhouse gas emissions in our region. So this to me is putting our money where our mouth is and supporting something that the community, until we provide that, I guess they can't have a go because they can't afford to buy their own at the moment. So this provides an opportunity to see how it goes, have the trial and see how it flies.
Thank you, Councillor. Against? Speaker against? Yes, certainly. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The inclusion of the words "subject to inclusion in budget review 2", so we would have a moment where there's an opportunity to consider what falls in and what falls out of the budget for that BR2. Is that your understanding of it, Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, I very much welcome the question, because before I summed up, I was probably going to clarify that with the GM. So if it is subject to BR2, and this isn't debate, this is clarification, if it doesn't get into budget review 2, then we don't proceed with the trial at that point. But I would like, perhaps if the GM could offer his advice on this, if it doesn't get into budget review 2, do we not proceed with the trial at all? According to what's
The short answer is you're correct. If it doesn't get into BR2, we wouldn't go forward. We only go forward if there's funding to do it. It'd be in the operational budget. So it'll be a need for an addition to the operational budget. And as I've pointed out to council already, that's under significant strain as it is currently. So that's council would have to consider, as I say, this project in light of all other projects and programs, and make a decision from that perspective.
So with that in mind, it's a very late stage to change it, but I'm asking Mike from an operational perspective, if subject to future budget requirements would be a better one, or does it just mean the same thing as what we've got now?
Look, the only benefit here is that you're putting a timeline on it, which, at least you get it reconsidered from a budget point then, and obviously council can then make a decision whether they go with that at that point or not, or, again, wish to defer again and, put it into maybe the next financial year's budget. So those are those opportunities that council can consider.
I think that if the way it was written, if we put it up at BR2 and it doesn't, because I know all the competing priorities, then we're back to where we started. But rather than it saying no, subject to some point in the future, my intent of this motion is it says yes, subject to our budget. So if I put subject to future budget, does that include BR2 and everything after that? So council undertake the proposed phase 1 trial, subject to funding being included in a future budget.
I suppose the question I suggest back to you is one that it doesn't put a timeline on a definitive decision.
I kind of wanted to move pretty quick on it, like in BR2.
And that's what I was trying to suggest. If it's a trial and you want to try to get it going in the next 6 to 12 months or that sort of timeline, if you want it to happen by mid-year, you'd have to go BR2 at least. If you were happy that it's 12 months away, you could put it into the next financial year. And then if you leave it beyond open-ended, a future budget, well, it's sort of 6 to 12 months after you've made a call on it. So that's how it would operate from a budgetary perspective.
So, and I appreciate the CEO and I appreciate the seconder and my colleagues still got to vote and process. Subject to inclusion in budget review 2 or a future budget.
Yeah, can do that.
Does the CEO think that covers my intent?
That's fine.
Okay,
That
so,
way it stays. Sorry, that way it just stays live. If it doesn't get into BR2, it can be considered on. Otherwise it dies if it doesn't get through BR2.
Thank you for working with me, CEO, and if the second
seconder,
is
you're happy with that? So I'll just read that again, that council undertake the proposed Phase 1B procurement and 12-month trial for an e-device trial subject to inclusion in Budget Review 2 or a future budget. I have a mover, Councillor McMahon. I have a seconder, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. All those in favour? Councillor McDonald, O'Shea, O'Hara-Sullivan, Farquhar, McMahon, Von Hoff. Carried. All good? Thank you. Okay. Stay with me. We have one more item. No, it wasn't unanimous.
No, there's Councillor Shine and myself against.
And Melissa Taylor. Sorry, I didn't see you had written that. Sorry. Yes. It's the end of the day, we're all getting a bit rowdy. Item 8. Lindsay Street East, East Toowoomba speed limit review and road safety audit. And I will refer to the declaration by Councillor McDonald and myself, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Over to you, GM Mike.
Thank you, councillors. Again, this project or this request came through an earlier request this year, back in March, for us to look at the speed limit and safety of road users in Lindsay Street. Those reviews have been done. Speed limit review report attached, as is the road safety audit report. From those reports, there's opportunity to reduce speed limit in Lindsay Street from 50 kilometres an hour to 40 kilometres an hour, and that's supported from those reports. And we could do that now with a small amount of work. That said, there is also, as council would be aware, a review of what's happening up in the Toowoomba Sports Ground around the 2032 Olympics, as well as other internal projects looking at walking for shade and the like type projects in that area, and that through our planning and development team. So there's potentially over the next, you might say, 5 or 10 years as we move towards the Olympics and beyond, there may be some significant other changes proposed and looked at in that area. So if we were going to do something now, as our recommendations indicate, we'd stay with probably keeping it just to the change of speed limit. Again, any change of parking is a challenge in itself, and as the report indicates, if we were to change from angle parking to parallel parking, there is a significant loss of parking spaces to be considered, and it would be quite costly to replace them elsewhere, be it in or around the park or offset somewhere else, if that was the case that council wanted to do. So I would be suggesting to council at this stage to progress with dropping the speed, and we can do that with some lines and signs and relatively minor costs. Obviously still need to be considered at future budget, and then should council wish to do other work, obviously there's a budget cost to that as well. So that's very quickly a quick process of the essence of the report has got to. Thank you, through you, Chair.
Thank you, General Manager. Any questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Found my voice this afternoon, haven't I? The BAS signs, Mike, the bicycle awareness zone, would they be proposed to go in at this stage with the reduction of the speed limit? Because they've been calling for that as well, haven't they, the bicycle users group?
We've generally only put BAS zones on our PCN routes and our cycleway routes. Lindsay Street's not actually mentioned in PCNs.
What's PCNs again?
Principal Cycle Network.
Right, okay. But there is that funny little, not quite a bicycle lane, not quite a... Oh, that's been removed, okay.
Yep.
Um,
So if it was a recognised bicycle route in our planning, I would potentially say that's something we could consider. But it's, I guess cyclists can use any street in our city, and we generally would only put bicycle awareness zones on the routes we're looking to promote their activities on. And at this stage, Lindsay Street's not on a PCN route.
Okay. So why, previous to even this discussion, where Councillor Taylor brought it forward to reduce the speed, why were those groups asking for that then?
Because it's angle parking and they feel uncomfortable riding past the angle parking with vehicles reversing out.
So that's still going to be the case unless we're looking at the parallel parking. Is it not worth thinking about though?
Well, the report goes into a fair bit of detail about if you were to go to parallel parking, you lose a bit, approximately 60 spaces. The second recommendation also talks to if that's a direction the council wants to go, that there's starts to be more of a significant budget impost to start looking at that as a project in itself. As council knows, parking is always a little bit contentious when we make changes. So going down this track and actually looking at that in detail, there's a cost to it. There's a lot of consultation to be done. And obviously then to implement a change, obviously council needs to be satisfied that's where it wants to go. To replace that parking, as I've indicated, in 60 spaces would be a project, would cost you probably nowadays in the order of $2 million, and that's if you had the land. So it's just balancing up the needs for the parking versus the needs of other users.
Oh, I'm not sort of suggesting that we be rushing into the parallel parking by any stretch, but I'm just wondering, I'm not a cyclist, I don't know, but that's what the bicycle community has been asking for, is these BAS signs. And if we're not going to go to the parallel parking, they were asking for it before that anyway. Is it possible for us to look at that?
Yes, we can look at other things to do with the speed reduction. I guess the challenge is there will be definitely costs associated with reverting that amount of angle parking to parallel.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the BAS signs.
We can consider it, but again, it comes back to where do we put these signs? We've been trying to keep them reserved for use on routes where we're trying to prioritise the cyclists as per the Principal Cycle Network plan.
But I suppose, Rodney, it's just that, you know, it is dangerous, the angle parking. So what are the ways that we can make it safer besides reducing the speed?
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, if I may interject. This is something I was going to bring up, but I was just going to wait. But now that you've brought this up, Councillor Shine and I were recently at a workshop, and we did discuss. We looked at the safety of those angle parks, and it is very dangerous. There is no pedestrian safety crossing or any. The safety along there is really non-existent at points. It's very busy. You've got the school, you've got the park, you've got young kids on scooters. And the issue with angle parking is, one, reversing out because you can't see and the cars are getting bigger. You've got four-wheel drives and you've got utes, and utes are being used now as family cars, so the cars are getting bigger. It's very difficult to reverse out. The other thing too is that when mums or families have been to the park, or the kids are coming home from school, mum or dad put the boot up on the car, to put the scooter in or the bike in or the picnic stuff or the school bags, and the boot is actually open on the street side, which is very dangerous. And you've got toddlers, wanting to get into the car and pulling on mum's skirt, etc., etc. If we change the angle parking to reverse in, like you do at other places like Mullaney and Montville and other towns around our beautiful country, you actually have the boot opening up on the footpath side. So therefore, it's a lot safer. You also have the safety of driving out of an angle park and not reversing out of an angle park. So that, I believe, would be a very good safety initiative without having to cut down the amount of car parks along there. The other thing that I did want to bring up today, looking at the bigger picture, I've actually got a heap of suggestions, but the two is, one, we make it a shared space, from Lidwin on Campbell Street to Lindsay, down Lindsay to Arthur, and then up Arthur in that Z, make that a shared zone, and that on weekends and or events you put bollards up on Lindsay Street, so that cars can't traverse along Lindsay Street, and you make it a shared zone for pedestrians and active transport and all of that, because that's the busiest time. The other thing too is where you have the U-shaped car park currently, that sort of is at the end of Arthur Street on Lindsay Street there, you've actually got spare land there. There is a shed that has council mowers, etc. there, but there is still land behind there that doesn't have any trees and is never used, but is used for overflow car parking through Carnival Flowers. So that's an option that can also be used for extra car parking quite easily, I would think. I use the word easily in ISG and Mike just growls at me because in my mind it is quite an easy solution. But so they're just some ideas that I had to assist and alleviate the dangerous behaviours that are happening along Lindsay Street. And I would dearly love to have it to 30 kilometres an hour, but through this review that is not able to happen easily. So these were some other suggestions that I thought I would bring to the meeting today that we could discuss that were easier fixes.
Madam Chair, if you brought that up was my next question. Is the speed zone around schools now being dropped to 30? No. No. So to Councillor Taylor's suggestion about it being dropped to 30, is that possible, or why can't it be done, or what's the...
Councillors, I don't think you'd see currently a speed limit review reduce the speed any further than where it is at the moment. We'd have to go and make sure that we did go and implement all the speed reduction devices, all the crossings, all those sorts of things. Speed's about the environment, okay, the environment that you're driving. If you've got a road as open as an airfield, you tend to feel pretty safe to go whatever speed you like. If you enclose a section of road, you tend to start slowing down, and if you start putting a level of obstruction, a bit like Russell Street and the like, and through the chair, there's lots of good ideas there, and I think that's part of a lot of the discussion as this issues around if that sports ground project goes forward for the Olympics, all those sorts of things. If those projects go forward, that'll change the face of what Lindsay Street's there to do, how we deal with major events and the like. And my expectation would be that if that was the case, and there was a frontage to Lindsay Street of some sort, there would have to be an integration across to Queen's Park, and that would then bring in the opportunities, as the Chair's mentioned, of potential shared zones and the like. So it's how you create that environment to reduce speed and that. So that would be definitely something that could be considered. And the same with the parking, if council's desire was to go to parallel parking in due course over the next few years, if that, there's nothing stopping, this can be the start of the journey. This could be the first step. You reduce the speed, you start getting some level of improvement, might be, and that incremental improvements would then come as other elements. To do the types of works that would be nice to do to make it attractive and appropriate for Queen's Park space, you're talking in, as we said, the early millions at least to start bringing that in, and then the extent of that work, you could get quite, if you gave me 20 million tomorrow, I could go spend it quite well up there. So, we've got other things to consider as these projects evolve. There's stormwater drainage, other underground services and utilities. So if we end up doing something like we've done in like the Russell Streets and different things like that, which you could make it very attractive up there, there's a lot of that other older infrastructure that you'll have to put some at least consideration into and to make it work. So I think this is a starting point. It's not the end point. We can look at, is there a little bit more we could do to make it, inverted commas, cycle friendly now? As you mentioned, is there a little bit more signage and line marking that we can do to maybe assist in that space? So we can do a little bit of work in that space. But again, our budgetary position for this type of project's not there today. And again, as this recommendations indicate to council, we need to ask you through the budget process to see if you wish to fund it.
Thanks, Mark. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
So just in all of that, there is a commitment to try and make it more cycle friendly in terms of either signage or consultation with the bike users groups. Thank you.
Be happy to do that.
In line with that, yes, thank you, Councillor Von Hoff.
We've had conversations lately about needing resolution for these sort of matters and a commitment that we'd help each other in that. So that would have to be something that we formalise.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Perhaps while you have a think about that, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Farquhar has a question. So.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was on the parking and losing all those spots along there to parallel parking. I totally agree. It's super dangerous. I hate reversing out of there. I often can't see what's coming along. And also, as a cyclist, I often hate riding along there and hold my breath thinking, God, I hope someone doesn't reverse right now because I, am riding. So I really like the idea and think we should definitely consider looking at the reversing in option so that it's safer, and then we also have retain those car parks.
Thank you. Councillor Shine and then Councillor McMahon.
No, thanks, Chair. Just to support what you said before in relation to the reverse in parking, I think it'd be in fact, it's easier to reverse in than it is to reverse in a parallel parking, as you're supposed to park, I think, I find anyway. Also, coming out of it, I agree with Councillor Farquhar, it's really a guessing game as to whether or not you'll collide with an oncoming vehicle because you just can't see them. If you get to a certain age where you have neck restrictions, I'm not looking forward to getting to that age, but if I'm told that I've done some research and I'm told that it's quite difficult to go like that. I happened to be at Carina recently and noticed that they have reverse-in parking. That's on Old Cleveland Road, which is an extremely busy thoroughfare. Goes all the way down to Cleveland, etc. And it seemed to work, my inexpert observation, as like a charm. The loss, it wouldn't avoid, as Councillor Farquhar said, the loss of those 64 parking areas, which are critical to the iconic botanical gardens. It's it's a tourist, not just a tourist mecca. It's a mecca for people in my family. Go there regularly several times a week. I think that's the case with many people in this room, and certainly thousands of people in Toowoomba. And to cut that parking availability down would be wrong. I was surprised that it wasn't canvassed in the report. Actually, I think it was raised when we talked about it here originally. I might be wrong, but I hope that one day that does happen. Councillor Melissa Taylor mentioned about the spare space there near the machinery shed. I had the unpleasant experience of being imprisoned in a Ferris wheel recently, and looking down above that, trying to be distracted from other things, I noticed that that may well be an ideal spot to fit a certain number of vehicles there as well, to expand that car park, which is on the side of the old trying to remember what we call it, the meeting place there. That no, that's still there. It was this was before your time, obviously, but no, the Chamber of Commerce used to meet there. You could have photos of this, and anyway. I've lost my track. I might have to start from the beginning again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Just before I go to Councillor McMahon, I've just had discussion with General Manager Brady and CEO, and just wondering if we could add a number 4 into there for you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and put some wording in there to make the area more cycle friendly. Sorry, can you just repeat that with your microphone on for Wendy?
With the possible inclusion or consideration of the bicycle awareness zone signs.
And reversing parking?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So yes, so with the possible inclusion can we get rid of the word consideration? With the possible inclusion of the bicycle awareness zone, is it zone signs?
Signs, yeah.
Bicycle awareness zone signs.
And reverse parking.
To make this area more bicycle friendly. I'll do the reversing separately. Okay, so if we make that number 2, CEO just said it doesn't flow, so if I just make number 4 number 2, please, Wendy. Oh, all right, that, sorry. That council. The council include the bicycle awareness zone signs. How does that sound? Rod's just going to add some wording.
Could we just clarify that that's in relation to recommendation 1? Are we?
Yeah, that's with the reduction
Yes.
of the speed limit.
Yes, that in relation to recommendation 1, can I just suggest consideration be given to including, because I'm not immediately au fait with, as we said, if we are just retaining, or let me word it up first. So in relation to item 1, consideration be given to, I think, reverse in angle parking and the inclusion
just do the signage first.
the signage.
The cycle signage.
Well, symbols. They're symbols, pavement symbols, not
Pavement
signs.
symbols.
And without having the METCD to, which Mike could probably find and flick up, just whether we can, under the METCD, put those symbols into that situation.
Bicycle awareness zone symbols, yeah.
Symbols.
Symbols for small.
And get rid of zone signs. How's that? And symbols with a small s, please.
Just create awareness, isn't it?
How does that sound?
And,
Yes.
and
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you're happy with that?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. And then, as part of number 2, question from Councillor Carl, yes?
Are we in fact locking ourselves into the fact that the only way it'll be a safer bicycle friendly zone is if we use the BAS signs, which the officer has said it's not on the bicycle BCP?
PCN.
What is it?
Principal Cycle Network.
Yeah. So are we saying in fact in point 4 that that's the only way it's going to be safer, or are there other options? Would we be in fact saying with the view?
Yeah, no, I agree, Councillor Carl. I think that's what I was originally intending. So what are the things, the cost-effective things that we can do to make it bicycle friendly and possibly, the BAS sign symbols?
Council, in relation to give consideration to a number of options to make this area more bicycle friendly. I just think if we've got a policy and we're trying to stick to, and it's part of our active transport and our transport strategy, and we go and put stuff outside of that, then the next area that'll be requested is somewhere else, and pretty soon we've fragmented what we're trying to achieve, and particularly from a budgetary point of view, prioritisation around those strategies and policies is being defrayed on single topics as they're raised. I think that's probably a little bit of policy on the run for me, so I'd much rather be a little bit more general, and it gives officers some discretion on how we might achieve same outcomes.
If I may, through you, Chair, I've just brought up the TMR standards. So there's nothing precluding our use of those symbols.
Okay.
So if in what we're just reading here, that's it. We'd go through a full review and from a design perspective when we put signs and lines in, and that'll make sure whatever we do is in accordance with the standards.
So just one more question, if I may, Chair, is are we... is this all subject to, because I don't see anywhere in there, subject to budget consideration, or is this additional?
No, it's all subject to budget, operator, like number 1. So again, this would be, we'd bring it up at BR2, and council could, you may wish to use a similar term as you did in the previous report.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Yep.
Yeah.
There.
Or
So
from a future budget.
Whatever we do, I guess the saying is hasten slowly, in the context of there may be some other big drivers. And look, I don't wish to complicate the issue with the possibility of Olympic and what might happen around the corner from this, but in a broader context, we need to be sure we make a wise investment once in infrastructure and don't go tearing things up to make adjustments because we've raced in hastily. I think I do agree that there is a level of work we can do, but I think beyond that we need to be very careful.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. So before I do the reverse parking one in, I've got a question from Councillor McMahon and Councillor O'Shea.
Chair, thanks. I wanted to pick up on that anyway. So I suppose I don't have an issue with 1, 2, 4, 5. We're adding more on, but number 3, look, I'm probably the guy in the big car that you can't see over when you're diagonally coming out, so apologies for that. But you want to change it to parallel, reverse in, and
No,
I
not
agree.
parallel. Not parallel, so still angle parking, so you're not getting rid of any car parks, but you'll reverse in angle parking.
Right. You have
Yeah.
to change the direction.
It's line
So
marking.
the whole problem that we have now with people running up onto the gutter to push their car in further, how are we going to stop people backing up further to back in further?
Well, can I say, there's been a massive improvement in that, and I travel up and down Lindsay Street several times a day because of where I live. There has been a very, very big improvement on that, because what we did, I shouldn't say we, what ISG did was they got rid of that extra, what did you call that lane? It was just a line. Just a line. So we got rid of that and extended the car parking out, so it is long enough now to house or furnish those longer cars.
So it's been better basically, and
It is getting better. There's still one or two, but there has been some what do you call it?
Improved parking
Improved
behaviour.
behaviour, and there's been some fines
well, that's good
distributed.
to know, because
so.
that was my objection. But number 3, Chair, funding 50k to western side of Lindy Street, east Toowoomba, to parallel parking.
Yes, we're just about to discuss that.
Oh, right.
I was just getting to your question first. So, Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Chair. So I can probably wait then as well. My question was around the parking side of it as well, actually. So I can wait till we get there. And hasten slowly was the word, I think. I can do that.
So I was going to, with the indulgence of those around the table, put in there, and I don't have the correct wording yet, but with the assistance of our esteemed colleagues here, have maybe A and B investigate parallel parking and investigate reverse in angle parking. Can you advise which would be the best way to do that, or do you want to get rid of parallel parking? Get rid of parallel and just do the reverse. Investigate reverse in. No. Councillor O'Shea, no. Okay. So do you want to debate that, or?
So I'll just say really quickly, I just think, so we're talking about just investigating both, yeah? This isn't like, well, I think, you know, like, I mean, the key thing of what we're doing this for is for safety. So I think it needs to, you know, like, I mean, I know no one here wants to lose them at any circumstances because of, you know, why, but if the ultimate objective here is safety, I think we need to consider it. If that's what the ultimate objective is here.
Consider parallel.
Yeah. Okay. Not necessarily, as I said, I'm keen to.
So you want to investigate
both.
parallel and reverse.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
I don't think parallel should be off the table. Is what I'm
So
saying.
reverse
In my
parallel.
opinion.
Reverse parallel and angle. Reverse angle.
Yeah, we could put, I think Wendy's put it in, so East Toowoomba to, East Toowoomba, and consider both reverse in angle parking as well as parallel parking. I'm just trying to read the whole sentence at the same time. Obviously that was flagged very much to parallel parking, that thing. It may be better just to have a separate
recommendation.
A separate recommendation. Additionally, that not dissimilar to what you've done with the number 2, that in relation to item 1, that council consideration be given to converting nose-in angle parking on the western side of Lindsay Street, Margaret Bridge, to reverse-in angle parking. I suggest you do it there because as you move into the next step, say parallel parking, you are then looking at widening the through lanes and stuff like that, and therefore you've got to start looking at other infrastructure potentially to slow traffic down, like as we note in what is number 4, where number 3 now would maybe, and I'll say maybe, fairly, I'll say straightforward to some degree in changing the angle of the parking. Obviously, it's got to change around roughly 90 degrees. So, as Rod just mentioned to me, we may have a few issues with our paid parking section. So there may be a small cost in where we've got our sensors situated and a few little things like that. So we'd obviously, it's with the funding that we get within the first one, we may have to, we'll see how we go. Yeah, so consideration will just get that checked with the safety order as well, Rod said, so just making sure that that's reasonable to do that.
And the views of the cyclists regarding reverse in parking, because there's still vehicles reversing into as they're riding along the road. So I'm interested in their feedback as to whether they see that as a worthwhile improvement.
I've just got 3 questions. Councillor Cull, Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Farquhar.
So if we're, through you, Chair, Mike, if we're considering reverse angle parking, why would we not open that up to both sides of Lindsay Street and not just the western side?
And have the width. The lanes, the centre line's offset now, so it's across to the eastern side. So the eastern side of the
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just parallel parking and lane width. Yeah. Yeah.
No worries.
Yes, Councillor O'Shea. Oh, Councillor O'Shea.
So, thanks, Madam Chair. I was just saying, like, that's the thing. I think, in theory, it all sounds good that it'd work in to reverse into it, but I suppose I'm assuming if we looked into it, there's all other things with it, as you said, is one around our own infrastructure, 2, as you said, like how that works with cyclists and things like that, and 3, obviously, just how it actually impacts traffic on there, because whilst it's quicker to exit, it's going to slow traffic down in terms of parkers entering. So hopefully that works, because, that's perfect. We'd keep all 60 odd that's there, but as I said before, the reason we're here and the reason we're investigating this with speed limits and things like that is around safety. So if that's our paramount outcome, that's why I sort of say, I hope it doesn't come to parallel, to be honest, because we don't want to see the loss of that. But I still think with safety being another, that needs to be on the table.
So get rid of number 6. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Just, sorry, pardon my ignorance, but do we have much bus parking along there?
No marked bus zones at present.
Because I think, given the larger event that's coming up in a few years, and also just with Carnival of Flowers and the volume of buses that come through town, would we consider that?
For events that can be managed with specific event type traffic management arrangements, rather than if you mark something, it's a permanent arrangement and takes that area away for public use for the remainder of the year. So potentially better managed for specific events as a specific event situation.
So where, where the U Street, Arthur Street, end of Arthur Street car parking is? And then you've got the empty block, and then you've got the archway. So along there is where they do the bus parking for Carnival of Flowers and Christmas Wonderland of Lights. But I was talking to Mike earlier today, if we converted where the mower shed is into car park, you could actually have, and I'm not doing this on the fly, but it's just something to think about going forward, is that could actually be a bus and car drop-off pickup zone through there as well. So there's options there, I think. So, but that's for later on.
Nick and his mowers.
Councillor,
sorry, I was just going to add, as we do now, for Carnival, we do put temporary zones in, and I think that's got merit as well. So going forward, don't think we need to always have something that's permanent all year round. There may be events or and this goes even further if that Olympic stuff goes forward. There may be sections of that street that are managed differently to the day-to-day management of it. if you know what I'm trying to say there. So if you need to put in bus zones and, you know, you want to do something for an event, be it Carnival Flowers or Christmas lights or something like that, there's those sorts of options going forward that we can always consider. Obviously, there's a bit of a cost for temporary conversion of stuff around, but that's normally managed as part of that event, part of the cost of the event.
Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Shine, and then Councillor Von Hoff.
Okay, now just very quickly, Chair, you'd be aware that as a result of that Health Department day that we had up at the Clive Burkoffer Stadium, there was, I think, going to be some sort of report coming from that, and it's not in existence yet, but something that, whatever, it might be relevant to this consideration down the track. That's all.
Yes, you're very correct, Councillor Shine. Councillor Von Hoff? No? Okay. Okay. May I read this? That, number one, that the speed limit on Lindsay Street, Margaret Street to Bridge Street, East Toowoomba be reduced from 50 kilometres an hour to 40 kilometres an hour, with additional operational funding of $30,000 to be considered amongst other priorities during future budget processes. Number two, that in relation to item 1, consideration be given to a number of options to make this area more bicycle friendly. 3, that in relation to item 1, consideration be given to converting nose-in angle parking on the western side of Lindsay Street, Margaret Street to Bridge Street, East Toowoomba to reverse-in angle parking. 4, that funding of $50,000 for concept design of a project to convert the nose-in angle parking on the western side of Lindsay Street, Margaret Street to Bridge Street, East Toowoomba to reverse-in angle parking, including the installation of speed platforms or other appropriate devices to moderate vehicle speeds, be considered amongst other priorities during future capital budget processes. That's not right, is it?
No.
I think
that got changed. It was to parallel parking.
should be parallel parking
To parallel parking.
because there's no parallel parking. That's nose in. No,
Yeah.
but we still want parallel parking. It's not parallel parking at the moment.
To parallel. No, it's
Two parallel. Is that right?
Not converting any parallel parking.
No. So it's to convert.
You're converting the nose in to parallel parking. It's nose in.
So are you converting it to reverse in?
No, we want both. We want nose in angle to reverse in angle. So that's number 3. And then we want to also consider converting the nose in to parallel parking.
No, that got dropped out.
No. No, Councillor O'Shea would like parallel parking kept on the in the motion. Yes, we want to look at both options. So can we just put it all into one and put, so may I suggest, number 3 and number 4 be put into one, that funding of $50,000 for concept design of a project to convert nose-in angle parking on the western side of Lindsay Street, Margaret Street to Bridge Street, East Toowoomba, to either parallel parking or reverse-in angle parking, including the installation of speed platforms or other appropriate devices to moderate vehicle speeds, to be considered amongst other priorities during future capital budget processes, and get rid of number 3. Is that correct? Because that then gets the parallel, has the reverse in, and we've got the budget to look at both of them. Is that correct? So get rid of number 3.
Okay, you go.
Does $50,000 cover it?
Yeah, for the moment.
For the moment, yes. Right, so that's number 3. Number 4, that council note the remaining recommendations in the road safety audit report titled Lindsay Street East Toowoomba Speed Limit Review and road safety audit will be further considered in implementing
Item 3.
item 3 above.
Yep.
How does that sound? Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, do I have a seconder? Councillor McDonald? Any questions, comments or debate? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a day, and I close the meeting at 16 minutes past 6. Oh, sorry, I need to do an apology for Councillor Carol Taylor. Moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor McDonald. All those in favour? Moved unanimously. Thank you. And now I close the meeting at 16 minutes past 6. Thank you, everyone.